Good, okay. All right. Good afternoon. I call this December 7th, 2021 School Board Workshop to order. Please let the record reflect that all 5 school board members are here and our superintendent, Dr. Jones. All right. Are there any board members that have additions or changes to the draft agenda? All right, do we have a motion to approve the draft agenda?
So moved. Second.
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. All right, motion passes 5-0. All right, we will come to our first public comment period. In accordance with school board policies BD, DH, and KD, any resident of Powhatan County or Powhatan County Public Schools staff member may address the board during public comment. The board chair will call speakers that have signed up for public comment to the podium. Each individual will have 3 minutes and delegations will have 5 minutes to provide their comments. Please respect this time limitation so others may address the board. A maximum of 30 minutes will be designated for public comment this evening. Please address your comments to the board as a whole, not individual board members, the audience, or staff, and please begin by stating your name. And the board requests that all speakers maintain an environment that promotes listening and respect. The board will not respond or address issues raised by speakers during the course of public comment, and speakers are reminded that the board chair is authorized to stop or remove any speaker who uses vulgar, disruptive, or threatening language. Your acceptance and adherence to these guidelines will be greatly appreciated. All speakers who wish to participate must sign up before the public comment period begins, providing their name and address. Speakers will be announced by the board chair to approach the podium to speak, and only those individuals who have signed up in advance will be able to approach the podium. If speakers have handouts or information for the board, please give these to the school board clerk before approaching the podium. The public comment period is now open. Okay, I have Lisa Brown. Okay. It says Goochland. Is she a staff member? Okay, thank you. Welcome.
Good evening. Good evening. There we go. My name is Lisa Brown. I'm one of the PCPS instructional coaches. I live at 3354 Griffith Lane, Goochland, Virginia. I apologize for my attire. I did not know I was speaking until an hour ago, and I've been cleaning a STEM lab all day, so I would never wear this to a board meeting. Although I'm not a long-term employee, as most of my colleagues are, I still wish to voice my concern about the possible decision to increase the number of years for vestment from 5 to 10 years. While I was considering the offer from PCPS to become a STEM coach about 3 years ago, one of the questions I asked was concerning the length of time to be vested in this county. This was due to the fact that I was leading Goochland County for over 16 years of service there, and I do have ill parents and was concerned about what the future might hold there. I was not planning on retiring for many years and still am not, but it would have been foolish of me not to ensure I would have health insurance should I need to retire in the near future. HR here explained that I would need a minimum of 5 years with PCPS, so I happily accepted my position. I'm proud to say that I work for Powhatan and have not regretted leaving Goochland for 1 minute. Well, not until I learned there was a possibility of a change in the retirement health benefits. This position was one that I had waited to be posted for almost a year and was delighted when it was offered to me. Through my life experiences, I have been able to bring over 26 years in education, both in public schools and as an adjunct instructor for the state and at a community college. I believe that this was one of the deciding factors in my favor when I applied for the job, but it also meant I was closer to the retirement age when I began to work for PCPS. I have my dream job, and I wish to stay here for a long time. I often work long hours, as does my colleague. We have strived to provide STEM lessons to all elementary students and supported our teachers in any way we could. We are actually an international award-winning program. I don't mind the heavy load because I feel as if I make a difference here. I've always felt valued and appreciated by the faculty and staff here in Powhatan. People seem to care deeply about each other here, and it pains me greatly to think the Powhatan School Board would entertain the idea of hurting their teachers and staff by cutting our health benefits or change the time of vesting. I do understand budgeting, but I do not believe that saving just over 0.5% is worth the damage it will do to your loyal employees.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The public comment period is now closed. Ms. Smith, would you please convene us to a closed session?
Madam Chair.
I'm,
May I make a comment, please?
excuse me a minute. Did I say the wrong thing?
Yeah.
Okay,
I just would like to make a comment before we go into closed session.
about the,
Just a comment.
okay, not about the speaker.
No.
Okay.
I would just like to make a comment that I will be leaving closed session early at 6:45 to attend my granddaughter's show at Powhatan High School, and that I will return as soon as that program is over. But it is her first show, and I, as a grandparent, would not miss that for the world. So thank you for understanding.
All right. Ms. Smith?
Yes, Madam Chair. I would like to recommend and make a motion to enter into closed session pursuant to Code 2.2-3711A1 to discuss the employment, resignation, and leave of specific employees pursuant to Code 2.2-3711A2 and A4 to discuss the expulsion and school placement of specific students pursuant to Codes 33.2-2206 to discuss or consider the acquisition of real property for public purpose pursuant to Codes 22.1-60 and 22.1-60.1 to discuss the evaluation and contract of the division superintendent and 62.1-1327 to consult with legal counsel and briefings for staff members pertaining to actual or probable litigation. Codes 2.2-3711, A1, A2, A4, A7, 33.2-2206, 22.1-60, 22.1-60.1, and 62.1-132.7.
Do we have a second? Second. All right, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. Motion passes 5-0. We're now in closed session. Aye. Opposed, say no. Motion passes 5-0. Ms. Smith, would you please read the certification?
Whereas the Powhatan County School Board has convened a closed meeting on this date pursuant to an affirmative recorded vote and in accordance with the provisions of the Virginia Freedom of Information Act, and whereas Section 2.2-3712D of the Code of Virginia requires a certification by this school board that such closed meeting was conducted in conformity with Virginia law. Now therefore be it resolved that the Powhatan School Board hereby certifies that to the best of each member's knowledge, only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements by Virginia law were discussed in the closed meeting to which this certification applies, and only public business matters as were identified in the motion convening the closed meeting were heard, discussed, or considered.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. All right, and Madam Clerk, you have it down that Ms. Ayers has left. Okay, thank you. All right, then it is 6:56, workshop adjourned. Now we're going to switch over to our 7 o'clock meeting. Let's see. Dr. Taylor, I have you for the pledge. And Mr. Cole, I have you for the invocation. Invocation. While we're waiting, if you did want to speak during public comment period, please make sure you sign up in the back. And let's see if we've got. Good evening and welcome to the December 7th Powhatan County School Board regular meeting. All right, we have in attendance this evening Rick Cole, who represents District 1, Susan Smith represents District 2, Dr. Jones, our superintendent, Dr. Taylor, who represents District 4, and Ms. Reese Smith, who is our student liaison from the high school. Ms. Ayers is not here at present, but is due later. All right, and I'm Kim Email, representing District 5. If we could please stand and have Dr. Taylor lead us in the pledge, and Mr. Cole the invocation. Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Heavenly Father, we thank you for the opportunities which you set before us tonight. Thank you for those teachers who give selflessly day in, day out, and for our students who come to school to learn. We ask that you bless and guide the school board and those in attendance tonight to work unselfishly, respectfully, and honestly for the common good. In your name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Are there any board members that have additions or changes to the draft agenda? All right, hearing none, do we have a motion to approve the draft agenda?
Second.
All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. Motion passes 5-0. All right, approval of our minutes. Are there any board members that have additions or changes to the minutes? All right. Do we have a motion to approve the minutes?
Madam Chair, I make a motion to approve the minutes.
Second.
All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. Motion passes 4-0. Did I say 5-0 last time? 4-0. All right, review of bills and receipts. Do any board members have questions on the bills and receipts?
Madam Chair,
Mrs. Smith?
I had a couple, if you could indulge me. The $134,132.50 for student hotspots, and it was listed as an annual plan. Is that for the whole year or just the year so far, since September? What is that? Do you know?
It's an annual plan.
So that's all of, since school started
Correct.
back in?
Since July.
In July?
Correct.
Okay. And the virtual Virginia at 79,325, how many students do we have participating in that?
Over 40 students. So those are our virtual students that chose to be virtual this year.
Right.
As well as some individual classes that students are taking.
Okay. And wasn't there another company offering the online classes as well?
We do Apex at the secondary level, at the high school level. But we've done that for years. It's just credit acceleration or credit recovery, or when we can't offer a course that a student wants to take.
Okay. Is there a price tag that goes with that?
Yes,
It just wasn't this time listed?
correct.
Okay. And the HEPA lights, UV lights, at 113,886, what is that?
Mr. Johns, you want to come up to the podium?
Would you please come up to the microphone, Mr. Johns?
The $113,000 to King Moore, is that what you're asking about?
UV lights, yes.
That was the air filtration systems installed in 36 buses.
That's the buses.
Right.
Okay. Thank you. Do we now have them in all the buses?
Yes, ma'am.
Good for us. All right, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome. All right, next is our public comment period. In accordance with school board policies BD, DH, and KD, any resident of Powhatan County or PCPS staff member may address the board during public comment. The board chair will call speakers that have signed up to the podium. Each individual will have 3 minutes, and delegations will have 5 minutes to provide their comments. Please respect this time limitation so others may address the board. A maximum of 30 minutes will be designated for public comment this evening. Please address your comments to the board as a whole, not individual board members, the audience, or staff, and please begin by stating your name. The board requests that all speakers maintain an environment that promises listening and respect. The board will not respond or address issues raised by speakers during the course of public comment, and speakers are reminded that the board chair is authorized to stop or remove any speaker who uses vulgar, disruptive, or threatening language. Your acceptance and adherence to these guidelines will be greatly appreciated. All speakers who wish to participate must sign up before the public comment period begins, providing their name and address. Speakers will be announced by the board chair to approach the podium to speak, and only those individuals who have signed up in advance will be able to approach the podium. If speakers have handouts or information for the board, please give these to the school board clerk before approaching the podium. The public comment period is now open. Leroy Gerard Matthews, please come to the podium. Welcome.
Thank you. Do I have to state my name?
Yes,
Yeah.
please.
It's Leroy Gerard Matthews. I'm at 4785 Bell Road in Powhatan. I'm here tonight because I'm very disturbed by what I have observed at the board meetings and what's going on in the school. I've been here 73 years, and I know what goes on in Powhatan County and how things have been run. And we're moving backwards and not forward. And I'm not happy with it. That's the only reason I came out, because I think that I hear the times from the old days coming back and people wanting to ban books, wanting to not be able to talk about slavery. And I think that's a shame, because these people who are doing this, I know who they are. I know what they are, and I don't want to say any more than that, but I think it's a disgrace, and I couldn't sit home because I don't have any children in school, but I know what went on when I was in school, and I don't want to go back to those times, and I don't want to see money being used inappropriately, but I want the money to be used to educate the children, and they all need to know the history of what went on here in Powhatan. And people who want to stop it, there's a reason they want to stop it, because they don't want to tell the truth. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Allison Dunaway, please come to the podium. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Chairwoman and members of the board. My name is Allison Dunaway, 3072 Judes Ferry Road. I'm here to ask tonight for your support for our BIPOC and LGBTQ students and teachers, and the teachers, staff, and programs that support them. I know that some of you believe that bullying and harassment of these populations is non-existent or minimal. That is demonstrably false. You have heard the testimonies. You have seen the reports. Just because BIPOC and LGBTQ students are not the majority does not mean that you can turn a blind eye to their experiences. The law requires that you meet the needs of all of your students. Only a small percentage of students qualify for free lunch. Should we ignore their needs and force them to be hungry because they do not constitute the majority? Only a small percentage of students require special education or gifted services. Should we send them home because it's inconvenient and expensive to meet the needs of so few? I think not. Neither the law nor our sense of moral obligation would allow that. So where is our sense of moral obligation to our minority students? Why are they asked to bear this treatment? Why are we cutting programs to support them? Because of politics? Desegregation was unpopular in the 60s. It was so unpopular in Powhatan, in fact, that the Board of Supervisors tried to shut down our schools rather than fully integrate them. The school board did everything it could to resist. It took a lawsuit by several brave Powhatan families to force integration to come here. Politically popular decisions are rarely what's right. Our students are suffering. I understand it's uncomfortable to admit that we need to change course, but to admit that is to admit that we as parents, as educators, and as board members have failed, and we have. When students testify about their experiences of racism and harassment, and those experiences are ignored or dismissed, we have failed. When on Facebook, a man describes the, quote, LGBTQ movement as paganistic and one of Satan's temptations, and then that same man goes on to be appointed as the District 4 school board member, we have failed. By cutting programs that support BIPOC and LGBTQ students, denying their lived reality, and forcing teachers to teach only warm and fuzzy versions of history, you are leaving our students unprepared for the real world. It's time to change course. And for the record, I'd like to respond to that Facebook post. Denying the humanity of these children in front of you, denying that they are worthy of our support, our love, and our trouble, that is the true and unholy temptation to which you have fallen victim, and that is what you will have to answer for.
Is it Mimi? M-E-M-I-E, Palmore? Ms. Palmore? Okay. Frank Payne, please come to the podium.
I have no comment at this time.
All right, thank you. Alicia Amos, please come to the podium. Welcome.
Good evening, thanks. Alicia Amos, 2966 Janet Lane. These past 2 years have been a time of unprecedented challenges. Our schools should be a safe place for our children during all of the chaos. Unfortunately, for some of our students, this isn't the case. Our children of color, LGBTQ+ children, and children of differing abilities are being treated unfairly or even meanly by other students, and this behavior needs to be addressed by our administration and our board. While it's no secret that Powhatan is a majority white, straight, and conservative county, that does not mean that the needs of our entire population should be ignored. For nearly 2 years of this pandemic, I've heard many in our community bemoan the supposedly huge psychological toll that masks and COVID precautions take on our students. And yet, these same people are quiet when it comes to the emotional toll of bullying and feeling unsafe due to your skin color, gender, sexual preference, or disability. Our schools have a duty to provide a safe education to all of our county's children, and I worry that we're failing. I grew up in Powhatan, and I went to Powhatan schools. I moved away after college for a few years and then came back 14 years ago to raise my family. I know this county and its history and its struggles. I've heard many say that there is no racism in Powhatan or that bullying is some sort of rite of passage for children. I denounce these ideas. Racism has been a part of Powhatan for far longer than any of us have been here, and it continues to this day. There have been numerous incidents of racist, homophobic, and misogynistic bullying and comments in our schools at all levels. Diverse books are being challenged and removed. How are we ensuring all of our students feel seen, heard, and respected? I'm teaching my daughter at home that everyone deserves respect and love, and I want to know that these lessons are being reinforced at school. We live in an ever more diverse world, and that diversity should be embraced, learned about, and respected. Diversity and inclusion aren't dirty words that they've been made out to be. When we ensure that our schools focus on acceptance of all children, then all children can learn, prosper, and grow.
Geraldine Brown, please step to the podium.
I think you signed the wrong sheet, no comment.
Okay. Edward Brown? Okay. Madeline Dunaway? Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Madeline Dunaway, and I reside at 3072 Juice Ferry Road. I do not currently attend Powhatan High School, but then neither do most who will speak tonight. I am speaking to you tonight not to provide my opinion on the schools as an outsider, but to relay my experience from the 9 years I attended. In June of my 6th grade year, I experienced a disruption of my education over a simple display of support for LGBT students. Throughout my middle school years, I heard a multitude of homophobic and racist slurs. I should have not have heard the N-word as many times as I did in a predominantly white school. And yet the amount of times I heard a teacher reprimand these ugly, derogatory words was few. Since I have left PCPS, I have come to the realization that not all schools are as toxic as what I've experienced at Powhatan. I did not realize until I left how much my voice, my opinions were stifled from fear of reprimand from my peers and even my teachers. I am not here to point fingers. I know that with even what I have experienced, our teachers' main priority is creating a safe environment for our students. All I ask is that you try your best to create such an environment so that young students such as myself and many others should not feel scared to share their opinions and should feel safe to be themselves. Thank you.
Catherine Waycaster, please come to the podium. Welcome.
Good evening. I believe that it is impossible to understand the contemporary Black Lives Matter movement and its call for police and criminal justice reform without learning the history of slave patrols, public lynchings, and the legacy of racial discrimination in our country's legal system. History matters, and it directly impacts the way we experience life today. That's why I believe that it's vital for our children to learn an accurate portrayal of history in Virginia and the United States. Our children need to learn about the trauma of American slavery, which has its roots in our very own Richmond, Virginia. They should know about the legacy of Jim Crow, school desegregation, and the ongoing struggle for civil rights. You'll note that I haven't mentioned critical race theory. Critical race theory is a graduate-level academic concept that was developed more than 40 years ago. It has nothing at all to do with grade school education, and the K through 12 curriculum in Virginia makes no mention of it. It has no relation to what children are learning, which is simply a more accurate and inclusive version of American history than we learned as kids. The real tragedy is that the CRT debate risks whitewashing what our children learn, leaving them uninformed about our shared history and unprepared for critical debates that will soon shape their lives. In our cities and counties, there are campaigns underway to ban textbooks, library books that discuss racism in historical terms. And I ask you, what kind of message does that send to our children? especially our children of color. When presented with historically accurate information, I, for one, have confidence that our children can rise to the challenge and build a more inclusive and dynamic community. And I forgot to state my name. It's Catherine Waycaster, and I'm in District 1.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Nevaeh Ferguson, please step to the podium. I'm sorry, Navia Ferguson, please step to the podium.
My name is Navy Ferguson, and I'm a senior at Powhatan High School.
Welcome.
Over the many years where I've attended Powhatan Middle School and High School, there has not been one year where I haven't witnessed racism or transphobia towards either myself or many of my other peers. In some parts of the world, and sadly in our community, inhabitants some of the most closed and narrow-minded people that think the color of a person's skin, sexuality, religion, political views, or background defines their placement on society's social pyramid. There is not one person in this room or on this planet that was born into hatred, no matter if the hatred lies based upon another person's skin color, sexuality, and etc. People learn to hate at a young age rather than love. So if it's so easy to hate a person for an illogical reason, then learning to love should be just as easy regardless of our differences. Several issues have arisen within the walls of the high school and the middle school that seem to get ignored or neglected when brought to you all. I graduate in May, and I refuse to have these issues linger for the minority underclassmen and the upcoming classes that will come after me. I have heard that many middle schoolers that fall in the minority class are terrified to come to the high school because of the actions that take place. So speaking as for me, my class, and the community, we just want to see a change. Thank you for your time and attention concerning this matter.
Robert Kelly, please come to the podium. Welcome.
Good evening. Bob Kelly, 2572 Walker's Ridge Terrace, Powhatan. We were told as kids that sticks and stones may break my bones, but words will never hurt me. That is truly a lie. Words are tools. Just as a hammer can be used to either build a house or to murder a homeowner in his sleep, words can be used to develop a child into a mature adult or to break his spirit. The words of a talented educator will open a child's mind and let him see the world in all types of new and glorious ways. The words of a bully can make a child retreat from living and turn to a path of self-destruction. Words such as diversity, inclusion, and equity have been labeled as controversial by those wanting to take us backwards. These cannot be ignored if Powhatan students are to compete in the future global marketplace. When BIPOC or LGBTQ children are bullied just for living in the skin that God gave them, there can be devastating, long-lasting implications. They often believe the bullies and see themselves as less valued than their classmates. Words have historically preceded the sticks and stones. Verbal abuse and vandalism are often followed by violence. Racial violence, which includes lynching, and gay bashing are two horrific criminal activities from our not-so-distant past. These brutal crimes generally went unpunished because victims and witnesses did not wish to endanger their safety or careers by reporting them to police. Statistics have been thrown around at school boards and board of supervisor meetings. They've been used to minimize how bullying issues were viewed. One of the supervisors at one of the board of supervisors meetings lauded a survey where only 20% of students believed that bullying based on racial and sexual orientation was a problem. That sounds low when you put it in percentage. When you take it, and as an accountant I do all the time, that means 1 out of every 5 students believe that this is a problem, which is not insignificant. I'm sure that the Powhatan schools have been investigating and dealing with reported bullying incidents. However, fear of retaliation prevents some victims from coming forward. I'm also not sure whether suspension is the most effective punishment for those actions. It does not include any educational outcome when you keep a kid home for a week. Perhaps suspension should be replaced with public service related to the offense. For example, instead of a suspension, the kids who took down the LGBTQ banner might have been better served if they had performed a day of public service at Diversity Richmond. Thank you.
Thank you. Polly Ann Palmore, please come to the podium.
Good evening.
Welcome.
My name is Polly Ann Palmore. I reside at 5776 Cartersville Road in Powhatan.
Can you-
I guess I need the adjustable
Thank you, Mr.
podium.
Cole.
I understand that I'm addressing the board, but my address is for everybody in this room this evening.
Okay, ma'am, you
We
have to
need-
speak, you have to speak to the board.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
I didn't realize the protocol. We need a meeting of the minds in our county. And if we don't do it for ourselves, we need to do it for our children that are attending school. My mind goes back to when I had the privilege of working in Head Start, and this student came to me and she put her hand on my arm and she said, "I like you, but you're brown." And I said, "That's just the color of my skin. I like you too, and it's okay." And as I said, we need a meeting of the mind. If we think about it, we're more alike than we are different. We breathe the same air. We walk on the same soil. We wear some of the same clothes. We shop at the same places. We're more alike than we are different. Now, I know that we have differences, but our differences, I think, mainly are about the mind, how we think, and how we act. I'm going to leave you with this little song that I learned when I was in 7th grade. No man is an island. No man stands alone. Each man's joy is joy to me. Each man's fear is my own. We need one another. So I will defend each man as my brother, each man as my friend. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Delynn Prince-Jones, please step to the podium. Welcome.
Good afternoon. All day I've gone back and forth on if I wanted to stand before you guys and speak. If I could ask that anyone who is a part of the NAACP, Park, the James River District, teachers and children, will you please stand? This is why I feel compelled to speak tonight. Those who are standing before you today all have one mission tonight. They are fighting for many goals, but one major goal, and that is that everyone is treated equally regardless of their race, gender, class, or sexual orientation. We have spoken to teachers, students who are terrified to speak out because of the backlash that they not only receive from the students at their schools, but as well the parents who stand at this podium and create controversy between teachers, students, and this community. This is really the time that we should be trying to come together. Unity should be big on everyone's heart. The reason we cannot come together as a united community is because people do not listen to understand or to see both sides of a problem, but to only speak to argue. Arguing gets old. Seeing adults in this room bash teachers, administrators, and students on social media gets old. As a Black female, I could never expect someone that is a different color than myself to understand what it's like to be an African American in a predominantly white community. But what I will say is that I have many friends and loved ones who aren't African American who stand with me tonight. I truly urge those to dig deep and ask themselves, am I hurting this community or am I contributing to make my community better? I will also say to the school board, if everyone is not on one accord, our school systems will never be on one accord. We will continue to lose great teachers, and we will continue to lose great administrators. If we continue to fight each other, we will never build from where we are. Thank you.
Thank you. Amy Wood, please step to the podium. Welcome.
Amy Wood, 5635 Cartersville Road. I'm going to start off reading a letter from a teacher that did not feel safe reading the letter themselves. I am a teacher in this county, but am choosing to remain anonymous because I am afraid. I am afraid to speak. I should not be afraid to speak, but am due to the actions of the parents in this county and the inaction of the school system to support our teachers. I am afraid for my safety as a gay teacher in the county. If I am afraid for my safety, I cannot even begin to imagine the way the students in the LGBTQ community feel. I believe the admin wants to help, but their hands are tied. I want to help the students, but my hands are tied. I am afraid of people coming for my job or my safety because of my sexual orientation, gender identity. I don't know what I can and can't say as a teacher. I feel like I'm walking around with tape over my mouth. I feel like I can't do any right within the school system. I wanted to teach as long as I can remember, but I'm considering leaving the profession. I don't know what else I would do, but I can't keep this up. The community is demonizing teachers right now. We just want to teach the kids. We just want to do our job in a safe and inclusive work environment. We want the kids to know that they are welcome and loved regardless of their race, sexual orientation, and gender identity. Social emotional learning is not CRT, and CRT is not being taught in the schools. Social emotional learning is all about learning to regulate one's emotions and what to do in the event of bullying. It goes over goal setting and how to get through your day. It's not about telling kids what to feel, just helping them learn how to express what they feel in a healthy manner. CRT is a theory taught in college law classes. It is not being taught in the schools. However, racism is present in the schools and community, as is homophobia, and we need to help protect our kids from it. The truth is only a threat to those who benefit from lies. Diversity is not divisive. Equity is necessary. Education brings understanding. I'm going to conclude my time with a request of you, the school board. I will be sending an email, this is from me, with the links to specific agenda items of the June 16th and November 10th meetings from last year. At this first meeting, the board approved the Powhatan anti-racism resolution. At the second, the board heard from 8 teachers that addressed the targeting of certain student clubs. I ask that each of you revisit and review what was presented, what was approved, and particularly what the individual board members' reactions and comments were in regards to these important topics. Please use this information to evaluate what progress has been made and what needs to be done to ensure all students and teachers are treated with dignity and respect. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes. Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. We are out of our public comment period of 30 minutes. If the board wishes to continue with public comment, we're going to need a motion to continue.
I make a motion, we extend the period for another 30 minutes if we need it.
Second.
All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. All right, motion passes 4-0. All right, the next person is Lindsay Smith. Please come to the podium. Welcome.
Thank you. I'm Lindsay Smith. My address is 2429 Huguenot Springs Road. I am a Powhatan citizen. I am an American. I am a legal active voter. I am a parent. I am a business owner. I have been a student. I was once a child. All these descriptions of who I am are important. Most of these labels, if not all, are ones I share with you and 99% of others in our country, in our state, in our country. These are basic labels, so they do not describe me as a unique individual, but they are accepted and they cause no ill feelings when they are directed at me or if I am placed in said categories. I am also biracial, meaning my biological parents are black and white, but I am brown. I am also legally disabled as I am almost totally deaf and wear hearing aids. Immediately I am judged and discriminated against because of these labels, labels I am proud of, labels that make me stand out as diverse, that I can truly relate to. And there are many labels that we all carry that may differ from our neighbor. Some we will yell from the rooftop, others we will try to keep behind the scenes. Some labels we choose, some are placed upon us. None should make us feel less human. None should make us any less a contributing member of our community. None should make us entitled to harassment or ridicule or discrimination. Weren't we always taught to not judge a book by its cover? Do the labels we carry create the reasons for divisiveness? Or is it the people and environments around us that target our diversity and therefore cause the division? Are so-called labels distracting, or are the slurs and actions of others fitting for distraction? My children are in all levels of the schools in Powhatan. They are involved in activities and sports. They make straight A's. They have tons of a variety of friends. Every parent wants an ideal learning environment for their child. There are so many ideologies, behaviors, content, etc. that do not belong in school. We make handbooks, guidelines, rules that are supposed to help keep things fair, keep everyone safe, and make a learning and teaching environment stable and productive. Wearing a label by choice or not should be inclusive. We need to rewrite our standards to make sure people of color, LGBTQ citizens, and disabled students and staff are recognized as being inclusive in our communities. Because we are tired of accepting a smaller piece of the pie and calling it good. Equality does not equal equity. Our students and teachers need our help. You all have already heard the evidence and reports of the disturbing things going on in our school, disturbing the agendas, the peace, the pride, and the image of Powhatan. We are stalling our own progress. It's time to bang your gavel and make the necessary changes within our school structure and to the rules, and consistently and fairly implement consequences for any or all behaviors that disrupt the fragile mentalities of our students. They are our future. The things our children have heard and seen and endured are a part of our nationwide mental crisis. Or our teachers who are molding our future decision makers. Everyone in this world had a teacher. Our teachers and students deserve better. Our students are scared and worried. So are their parents. Our teachers are having to spend time consoling these students or directing them to resources. When was the last time you talked to a student or parent in fear? Diversity is not diverse.
Mary Jo Sheehy, please step to the podium. Welcome.
Mary Jo Sheehy, 2217 Lakeview Drive, Powhatan, Virginia. I'm a retired teacher, mother of a lesbian, and a proud anti-racist. I taught for 34 years, starting in Chesterfield and finishing in Arlington County. I taught sixth grade American history for the bulk of my career, and I'm very proud of the lessons I taught, based on the Virginia SOLs, which included excellent lessons on slavery. I fear that I would be attacked by members of the Powhatan community today if I were teaching those same lessons. We discussed difficult subjects, and my lessons required students to think critically about the founding of this country. Never once did I worry that what I taught would be questioned by parents or the community at large. I chose to teach in a school with a diverse population because I believed that we were all better when we learned from those with different backgrounds. I was required to take cultural diversity training, which opened my eyes to things I didn't previously know. I appreciated learning about systemic racism and white privilege, and I am not shy about believing that they both exist. I didn't have an easy life, but it would have been considerably harder if my skin was not white. That's white privilege. People on school boards should be required to advance their education before they make decisions about the schools they are in charge of leading. take a class or training, read a book that stretches your understanding. Then we can discuss things intelligently. Open your minds. I know I am a minority in this county, but my voice should matter. Please work to make our schools places where students and teachers are safe and respected. Make our schools a place where students learn the truth about our history so we can move forward in love, kindness, and respect for all. Thank you.
Bill Howe, please. All right, thank you. Kiara Hoyt, please step to the podium. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Kiara Hoyt, and I am going to read a statement written by Shayla Daniels, who is joining us virtually this evening. She is a senior at Powhatan High School. This is her statement. In this school district, I've been conditioned to think racism is okay. My first incident involving racism was 8th grade. Since 6th grade, I've been subject to microaggressions, like students calling me Shaniqua instead of Shayla. I've had to stay quiet about incidents I've heard and experienced because of my position in this county, but I'm done. We're done. We're tired of having meetings and voicing our disgust and concerns, and all we get are bottomless excuses that provide no justice. We're done. We're over the bullying, the racism, the violence, the transphobia, and the homophobia. We are done. Let me ask you all something. What do you remember about high school football games? Was it the big crowds, the game-winning play? How about the halftime show? Well, a memory I remember is one of the Powhatan High School football captains spewing out racial slurs with multiple witnesses. What happened, you may be thinking? The following week, and for the entirety of the football season, he continued to play as a captain. We are done. What is this proving to our minority population? The same thing we've known all along. We don't matter. If it wasn't for our allies and teachers like Mrs. Jones, Mr. Miller, and Miss Wilson sticking out their necks even when it could cost them, we'd be at the same place many of the older generations were when they were in high school. This is not right. We have had enough. As the Diverse Hands at Work president at the high school, we will not stop until our voices are heard. You can take away everything, but we still have our voices. That's one thing you'll never be able to take. Thank you. That is her statement. I just want to spend the remainder of my time saying that I really believe we know what the solutions are because we were implementing them prior to this school year. We were sending teachers to trainings. We had an equity and diversity committee that was giving presentations to teachers. And we have started to roll back all of those things, and now we're seeing the results of that. And so I think the solutions are closer than they are far. We know what is necessary in order to fix and rectify this very serious problem, and it's not too late to change course. And so I really think that that's the direction we need to move in so that we can make sure that our students and our teachers feel safe. They deserve to be protected, and they deserve a welcoming, inclusive environment at school. Thank you.
Jacqueline Anderson, please come to the podium. Welcome.
Jacqueline Anderson, 3342 Pine Acre Drive. I hope that teachers took some time today to explain the Pearl Harbor attack. It is important to remember those who gave their lives 80 years ago to protect our freedoms. I am thankful for their sacrifice, which allows me to speak here today. I recently attended the Google Meet on emotional wellness that was organized by the Student Services Department. While some useful information was included, the presentation failed to address the social and emotional harms that result from forced masking. I hope you will vote tonight to end Northam's nonsense so our teachers can clearly communicate with our students and our students and staff can freely breathe fresh air. The damage that this policy has inflicted on our children is heartbreaking. The PCPS website is a disaster. I see the under construction label and hope that improvements are made soon. In contrast, I encourage you to take a look at phspress.net, which is the website for the high school student newspaper. Of course, it contains less content than the main PCPS website, but it is well organized and easy to navigate. Perhaps Mrs. Kramer and her students can offer some advice and help to the PCPS webmaster. As I stated last month, those who have nothing to hide do not fear FOIA requests. I encourage this board to review and reduce the charges related to FOIA requests. You often hear from individuals and groups who differ in viewpoints on various topics, but one issue that unites citizens is the need for more transparency from the school administration. Parents and Powhatan community members are looking forward to seeing many of our children in the Christmas parade this coming Saturday. I appreciate all the efforts faculty and staff have taken to prepare students for this event. The JROTC program will be selling baked goods and hot chocolate at the parade. Thanks to Mrs. Moon, who is baking all the wonderful treats, and to the other parents who will be manning the tent while the cadets march. I encourage everyone to attend the parade to see our talented students and to celebrate the blessings of living in Powhatan. Thank you.
Thank you. Tanya Cottle, please come to the podium.
Hello, my name is
Welcome.
Tanya Cottle, and I'm in District 5.
Welcome.
Thank you. I was not going to speak tonight. I actually was. I wrote you all a letter yesterday, and I wasn't going to speak tonight because I'd already felt I had everything I had to say until this morning my daughter had a manic attack. Now, a manic attack is not something I'll get into in a public forum because that's our private business, but let's just say it's not pleasant. And it didn't have nothing to do with her putting a mask on to go to school. It had to do with what she would be facing when she walked in the doors, which is bullying, being called a nigger, being called very divisive words. That's divisive, not diversity. Those words are divisive because words, as I said, do matter. They matter a lot. I sent her to school anyway, but not before sending an email to her teacher. The reason I sent her on to school to be with her teacher is her teacher has a child like mine. She knows what to do because she has been trained through experience to know how to diffuse, know how to deflect, and know how to react, retreat, but also engage in a way to get my daughter to feel safe and secure and to move on with her day. Now, wouldn't that be great if all the kids in Powhatan County had teachers that had an education to be able to help them with those things? Wouldn't it be great if a Caucasian teacher knew that an African-American child's hair being called ugly is a little bit more than just being called ugly? It is. It's cultural issues. It would be great if they knew that. Thankfully, my daughter's been blessed with teachers who had enough education through life to know that, but wouldn't it be great if they could go and put their hands on materials that they could have to learn to help the children navigate these social issues that they're going to have to navigate when they get into the real world. And yet we're saying, no, we're going to roll back. We're not going to do this. Social emotional learning is what has saved my daughter because right now, in the 2 years of a pandemic, getting mental health services has been a nightmare. We're on a 6-month wait list for a psychiatrist to get further help for her complex PTSD, which is partly from bullying at the elementary school level. I forgot to mention, she's in 5th grade. This started in 1st grade. And my child has been diagnosed with complex PTSD. and we can't get services, but through social emotional learning, she has learned ways to self-regulate herself to be able to do school. And she is on the AB honor roll. That's amazing. And that's through the education you already have. So I encourage you, look at this case from a parent with a child that is being helped. Look at the rest of the children that are waiting for you to make that action to help them.
Bilal Raychuni, please step to the podium. Welcome.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Bilal Zulfikar Raychuni, District 5, and I have prepared a statement tonight. Got a lot to say. Let's see how far I get. We are deep in the age of a kind of climate change, not environmental, though that issue too is essential, but socio-political. As leaders, it's critical we engage. Sitting on the sidelines would be criminal. We must pay attention to changes to the way things used to be. When we sweep under the rug what we choose to be, blind to the existence of the hate crime because the stories of the victims don't fit the picture of late-time television's ideal society. That level of ignorance emboldens impropriety, the inappropriate indecency, relentless and persistence persecuting other people for the crime of existence. I saw the stars and bars fly next to a swastika on a truck up the street last week in the middle of Hanukkah. That is the attitude that lives in this county, a vicious and vile hate that quickly is mounting. Why? Because we choose to ignore it. This is a school board. You must abhor it, and any action that would make a student feel less than, instead of twiddling our thumbs, looking around all deadpan, the reality is in our face. Kids are being hunted by gender attraction, religion, and race. The place is here to make our concerns feel heard. You don't have to take me at my word. Students have come forward. Parents have spoken out. Teachers are jumping ship because they truly doubt that meaningful change to protect them from violence will be met with something more than deafening silence. We talk about division in this community. That schism is driven by bullies acting with impunity, propelled by ideologies feigning religious piety that want to whitewash what could be a diverse society. What do we gain when neighbors are to blame? We get racist taunts and homophobic slurs at football games, videos of violence seeking 6 seconds of fame, and scared kids terrified they might hear their friend's name in the next obituary. People have been killed over this, and that's scary. That scares me. And if that doesn't frighten you, then more people will speak out until we enlighten. There are two sides to this fight. One seeks to spread love because love is what's right. Love is the brave banner that flies from the tallest steeple. Love should come to all simply because they are people. Love can't be killed or swept aside. The world should be filled with music, love, and pride. Kindness is the weapon. Compassion is the armament. Remember this? You need to hear the counter-argument. If one side believes us, we all deserve love. No hate can conquer us. What could the opposing view possibly be? That some people deserve less love than you and me? That not all men are created equal? That empathy is fashioned to be somehow evil? They walk under a bar so low it's on the ground. When injustice is called out, they don't hear a sound. But look at all it takes to stand up for someone in need. 3 minutes to speak in service of their creed. So how will you choose to serve our children this year? Do you embody love or do you embody
Min N.B. Oliver, please come to the podium. Oh. I'm sorry, is that Minister N.B. Oliver? I'm sorry, welcome.
Okay. Minister N.B. Oliver on Carter's we are in a time where we're supposed to be celebrating. We are 18 days away from Christmas, where we're supposed to celebrate love, Jesus' birth, and kindness, and happiness. And now, at this point in time, it seems like we are promoting hate and diversity, and not diversity in this county. I get a little emotional about this because I said before that I have experienced the same situation back in the 90s when my children were in high school. We're all created equal. It doesn't matter our financial status. It doesn't matter the color of our skin. It doesn't matter our sexual orientation, but we are all created equal. And it says Powhatan County Public Schools. Public means to include everyone. Everyone, no matter of the color of their skin, no matter of the sexual orientation, no matter what their grade level is. Public means everyone. So we should love everybody. And it's our choice to love everybody. Because by any means would you know that my great-grandfather was a slave owner here. So I despise being called nigger.
Kent Greenway, please come to the podium. Welcome.
Scar. Kent Greenway, 2011 Highland Drive. It's interesting. I was thinking if I was an alien and came to this meeting, you guys have one heck of a burden because it sounds like everybody's here trying to get the school board and the schools to solve the social problems. So I want to ask you, social and emotional learning has been around for 40 years as a program, and it's gotten different over the last 10 years. If it works, why are we having all these problems? Okay? Now, just for your information, I would like you to know where my background comes from. I was a basketball coach for a long time. Most of my kids were inner city kids, black kids, who came from the hood. Gilman Court, Hillside Court, Mosby Court, whatever. I spent lots of time down there. I had 8 guys who advanced from playing local to being overseas pros. I had one of my guys, we were together all the time, had one of my kids ask me if, Coach Ken, do you really want to be black? Because all I ever see is you with black folks. And I said, no, I'm good. Do you want to be white? He said, no, I'm good. So that was it, okay? But what is the difference? And we used to talk about this in the van on the way to workouts. What is the difference between a black guy and a white guy? What's the difference? Like the lady who sang back there, that was wonderful,
Sir,
by the way.
yes, I need you to speak to the board, please.
Well, to the lady that sang, that was wonderful.
It was
okay, to the
beautiful.
board. The difference between a black guy and a white guy, Chinese guy for that matter, is 0.043% DNA. And so what we're doing here is we're focusing on such a small amount. And here we are talking about this idea. Do you really think that you're going to change human nature and racism through the school board? What I want to see is, I want to see my grandchildren learn how to add and subtract. I want them to learn how to do composition. I want them to learn things. History, everybody comes up, we want to teach true history. Look up Johnson versus Cazor, C-A-Z-O-R, the first court case in Virginia that had to do with slavery. Cazor was an indentured servant. He thought his time was over. Johnson, who owned the indentured contract, said it wasn't. Johnson took him to court. What's the key to this? The key to this is Johnson was black. The first case on slavery, black guy had standing and had that. Are you going to teach that truth? So I will just say, get back to teaching and leave the other stuff. It will work out. Thank you.
And Rasmussen, please come forward. Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Ann Rasmussen. I live at 1136 Bradbury Road. I have a prepared statement, but there have been so many eloquent speakers before me, and so I just want to say that I have 4 children, age 5, age 10, age 13, and age 17. My 10-year-old has a rare seizure disorder and is severely intellectually disabled. He attends school at Flat Rock Elementary School. And honestly, one of the reasons why we moved to Powhatan was for its highly regarded special ed program. And I have to say, he really is being very well served. And one of the things that is so great about the special ed program, especially for him, is that it keeps him safe. Because of the uncontrollable nature of his seizures and his behaviors, safety for him and for his classmates has to be top priority. And because his teachers and his aides are so well trained, they know exactly what to do to keep him safe and to keep his classmates safe. But as a parent of the other kids and hearing from residents in the community, I have to say that it doesn't sound like the safety of every single student in Powhatan County receives the same kind of prioritization, and that's really sad. We've heard about incidents of racial and homophobic slurs and aggressions being on the rise. Those kids aren't safe. My 17-year-old daughter is gay, and to be honest, she's not in the high school any longer, and I'm pretty happy about that, honestly, and that's sad. I feel like she's safer not being in the school. And with my 5-year-old who will be entering elementary school next year, and for my 13-year-old who will be entering high school, I'm really worried. I'm worried about them being exposed to the N-word and being exposed to, just racial discrimination among their peers, homophobic discrimination. These are real concerns of mine. I'm also really, really concerned that their education is going to be subpar because of the pressure that's being put on not teaching an accurate history. So that's all.
Thank you. Gayla Matthews, please come to the podium.
Good evening.
Welcome.
I am Gayla Matthews, 4785 Bell Road. I am a proud graduate of Powhatan High School, class of 1979. When I attended school back then, we showed love for one another. We respected one another for whatever color it was, gender, cultural, and differences that we might have had. We said prayer in school, we respected our teachers, but in reality, times have changed. This is now the 21st century. Things have changed. And I was so shocked when I picked up the Powhatan today to notice that Powhatan is really prejudiced. They're prejudiced in so many different ways. I am an educator, but I am thankful now that I did not accept a job in Powhatan County. I live here, I attended here, but I don't work here. I'm an educator from a district where we embrace diversity. We embrace diversity through allowing our students who are different than us to have LGBTQ clubs. We embrace cultural assemblies where people from different cultures show us what it's like to be different. And we have a library who has diverse books that have not been banned from our library book list. There should be no tolerance for what I'm hearing that is going on in Powhatan school system. This bullying behavior in the school system is just not acceptable. You, the board, have been put in place to protect all of our children. We just said the pledge for all, under one God, under one nation. So we can no longer turn a blind eye or deaf ear to what is going on in our county school system that we have heard. We cannot ignore these allegations that have come to your attention. Do you, as a board, want to have that blood on your hands from a fatal incident of bullying in our school system? I don't want Powhatan to be another statistic on the news. Just because you haven't seen it, it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. I ask that you would take a self-assessment of yourself and ask, what if it was your child that was being bullied? What if it was your child that was being discriminated? Our children should be focused on education and not on fear.
Terry King Stratton, please come to the podium.
Good evening, Terry King Stratton, speaking on behalf of Powhatan First, 2940 Lake Louise Drive. With so much discussion about being respectful to others who hold beliefs other than your own, you can imagine my surprise when I hear the daughter of one school board member stand at this podium and attack another school board member for their thoughts and beliefs. It is difficult to take seriously the calls for inclusiveness when those making those pleas are so intolerant of the firmly held beliefs of others and display it so aggressively. Parents matter. That's the message Governor-elect Glenn Youngkin won on, and I am proud to have played a role in his victory. Virginians, in some of the greatest numbers in recent history, spent countless hours behind the scenes working to help our candidates win. Regional and state organizations have formed and grown exponentially in numbers. Meetings are taking place, letters and emails have been sent to parents, and we are reclaiming their rights and the rights of their children. No Left Turn Central Virginia, Powhatan First, and a long list of other parents' rights organizations were asked for input for Governor-elect Youngkin's transition team. We don't know if all of our suggestions will be implemented, but what I am proud of is making sure that Powhatan voices were heard. I am pleased to share we've been getting positive feedback, and I can assure parents that change is coming as soon as January 15th. All parents will once again have a voice in their children's education. These are truly exciting times. The following is the list Powhatan First sent to Governor-elect Youngkin's transition team. 1, eliminate all mask vaccine mandates in public and private schools, as well as daycare facilities for both students and teachers. These decisions must be parents' choice, as these mandates are an extension of the cultural war. 2, rid political agendas from the classroom, including the banning of critical race theory and culturally divisive training for teacher licensure. 3, remove the radical transgender policy as it endangers girls and undermines the accomplishments of girls playing sports. 4, block the NSBA and VSBA from pushing radical policies in our school. 5, stop the decline of academics facilitated by diversity, inclusion, and equity training being paramount in education. Focus on core academics. 6, ensure advanced curricula is available to students by not enforcing the policy of equity that eliminates these opportunities. As you hear me say often, equity is not the same as equality. We have also asked for a complete overhaul of the Virginia Department of Education, and we have passed on information about these baseless inflammatory languages and claims seeped in toxicity and racism with the transition team. I am encouraged to believe that our children will no longer be forced to segregate, isolate, and separate by identity groups and skin color, and that classrooms will once again be returned to a place of real learning and academic rigor so that all children can thrive. Thank you.
Yes. Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, we have one more speaker. If we could have a motion to, if we would like to finish with our public comment period.
Madam Chair,
Ms. Smith?
I move that we continue.
All right, do we have a second?
Second.
All right, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. Okay, motion passes. All right, next person is Fanny Sneed. Please come to the podium.
Good evening.
Welcome.
My name is Fanny Sneed. I reside at 3710 Maidens Road in Powhatan. I've come here tonight to address some incidents that I've been made aware of regarding racism and harassment, things that have been occurring within Powhatan County public school system. As educational leaders, it is your responsibility to ensure that Powhatan County public schools are learning environments in which students are free of discrimination and harassment based on their race, religion, and national origin. As a focus on these protections, while always essential, it is particularly important because there continues to be urgent needs for safe spaces for students, especially in the last year. We stand by our principles as a county. We also must be vigilant about maintaining safe, respectful, and non-discriminatory learning environments for all students in our schools. I urge the school board to consider the following measures to put this into action. Be proactive when it comes to racist and homophobic rhetoric. Much like other school policies, such as no hats, make it known preemptively that there is a zero tolerance when it comes to this. Allow for teachers to continue receiving professional development in equity and diversity. Allow for these essential professional development sessions to be funded again. Require a course of culturally responsive teaching for all employees who are in contact with students. I know that this work is admittedly hard, but we have a responsibility and the opportunity to challenge ourselves to do better for Powhatan County Public School students. Thank you for listening.
All right, the public comment period is now closed. Our next item is recognition, the VCU clinical training recognition. Dr. Jones?
Yes, Dr. Alejandro is going to come up when we have some staff members to recognize tonight.
Good evening. The VCU Clinical Faculty Program was created to prepare exemplary teachers to serve as mentor teachers to preserve novice and veteran teachers. Clinical faculty training provides teachers with coaching skills and formative assessment tools to enhance the teaching experience. During the spring of 2021, PCPS had 6 teachers participate in VCU Center for Teacher Leadership's Clinical Faculty Training virtual cohort. Teachers had to complete 5 modules of the Foundations in Mentoring for Clinical Faculty and successful completion of practice assignments and the assessment process, which includes a video recording of a reflective conference and written responses to reflective questions. We'd like to congratulate and ask the following teachers to come forward who've completed the program. Mrs. Sue Farrell. Is Sue here tonight? Yes, come forward. Ms. Ebony Fleming from Flat Rock. And Ms. Mary Melissa Johnson from Powhatan Middle. Thank you, ladies. We look forward to your teacher leadership.
All right, next, we would like to have the school board liaison report. Ms. Reese Smith, if you would go ahead.
Good evening. For those of y'all who don't know me, I'm Reese. I'm a senior at Powhatan High School. And so the first semester is almost over, which is really hard to believe. So it ends next Friday. And the students, teachers, and staff have worked very hard this year due to during unfortunate circumstances. So they should all feel very proud of themselves. For the sports reports, the winter sports have started. So the boys basketball team played against Maggie Walker on Monday, November 29th, and won their first game. The girls basketball team will have their first game against George Wythe, which they've already had on Thursday, December 2nd, and they won. So good job to the basketball teams. JV girls and boys basketball have also started their seasons. The wrestling team traveled to War Hill High School on Wednesday, December 1st, and performed very well. They won their meet, and they also, I believe they won their meet on Saturday, so good job to the wrestling team. Indoor track will start their first meet soon, and the swim team will hold its first meet against Orange on Saturday, which the boys and girls team did win. Several of our varsity football players have made the all-region team, so congratulations to them. And the Powhatan High School Percussion Ensemble hosted their annual concert Monday, November 29th, and have started their indoor drumline season. The Powhatan High School Band Concert will be held Friday, December 10th at 7. And I would also like to add the choir's concert will be December 16th, so next Thursday at 7 p.m. too. Some exciting news for seniors. Some of them have already been accepted into universities all over the state and country, and they've started to finalize their plans for the future, whether that's going to the military, going to work, or going to college. Graduation will be held Thursday, May 26, 2022 at 7 p.m. As the holidays approach, SCA and other clubs are hosting fun activities and many community service projects. SCA hosted Flick on the Field last Friday, and they also did a Spirit Day to go along with that. And they will have another Spirit Day before winter break. The sophomore class and JRTC both hosted canned food drives, which collected many goods for our community. The National English Honor Society will start the Writing Mentors program with students from the elementary schools next week, or this week, and they've finished painting their quotes around the school. Students have worked hard to plan these events and service activities with the help of our amazing teachers. Student leaders have also been working hard in order to promote a more positive environment at the school and create the best school year possible under hard circumstances. And that's it.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Smith. All right. And some of you may know that last month, Ms. Smith talked to us about mental health and how the students are struggling. And so I have asked her to, what she would like to do to present to the board to help with some solutions. So she is asked to do a presentation on mental health. So I will ask her now to take over.
Thank you. So first of all, thank you to the board for letting me do this. And I'd also like to thank Peyton Tuttle for helping me out. She was going to help me present tonight, but she's not feeling too well, unfortunately. So just to start off with some statistics around the state. So suicide is the 10th leading cause of death in Virginia. Between the ages of 10 and 34, so our age range of students through the school system, it's the second leading cause of death. And the Children's Hospital of Richmond at BCU told ABC 8 News that they can't provide exact data, but they have seen a slight increase of ER cases for mental health, especially with children. And more than 25% of high school students reported that their mental health was getting worse. Just some factors for that. We've been isolated for over a year now, unfortunately, due to the pandemic. Coming back to school this year, there's been a change in the workload that we've received from last year, where, we had 2 days of school last year. A lot of people were hammered with work this year. And part of that's not the school's fault necessarily, but just the fact that we didn't have a lot of work last year, and now we are just trying to adjust back to our normal workloads. Isolation is still prevalent at the high school. We have limited social interactions. We have assigned seats in the cafeteria, which I understand is due to COVID. And we don't really have a lot of fun activities at the high school, and when things are trying to be planned, they're oftentimes shut down. And some students, their only escape is school, and it was taken away from them for a really long time. So I can't imagine being a student over the course of the pandemic, being stuck in a household that's not safe or toxic, and not having any way to escape that. So these are all factors. So what can we do? The return of normal activities would be great, in a safe way, of course, because of the restrictions. These things might include some field trips or an in-school band and chorus concert. I know today we did have a in-school, very tiny band concert with some students from the history department, with some music remembering Pearl Harbor. So I think that was really good, and it was an educational opportunity, but something that also students could enjoy. More support groups, such as peer or teacher and student support groups. I think those would work out a lot. I learned the other day that we had a social worker at the high school. Unfortunately, we're not given access to this social worker, so I think if we had access to her, that could also help us out a lot. Maybe bringing in even more social workers and psychiatrists too would be great. We did have silence hurts in the high school and middle schools for a while. I don't know if we still have silence hurts, but the promotion of that program would be great, because I know it did help out a lot of students in situations. And just support more clubs who aim to better mental health. Two of these clubs would be the Kind and Yellow Bracelets Club. So what are we doing right now? The Yellow Bracelets Club is a club at Powhatan High School working to improve the mental health and prevent suicide. I know some things we've done for Yellow Bracelets is we're trying to create a program of peer support, so students can talk to other students, but in a comfortable way, so it can be anonymous, it can be, you know who the person is, whatever you want to do, so students have an outlet. The Kind Club at the Powhatan High School is promoting kindness and positivity by posting uplifting messages around the schools. This could be the walls or even the bathroom mirror. And these are all also student-led activities. And that's all I have.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Smith. All right, could we go back to, let's see, the slide with what can we do? We'll start there.
Okay.
Dr. Jones, did you want to speak to the Silence Hurts program at the high school and the middle schools, if we still have that?
We do. They're still functioning. We still receive reports from students daily with information that they can report anonymously. So it's tremendously beneficial, and we can make sure that everybody knows about that if there is a perception that people don't know about it.
Okay, and so how do they use their phones to call the number, or how does that work?
Or their Chromebooks.
Or their Chromebooks?
It's a written submission that they make on a Google Doc.
Oh.
It has information on it, so they can just report information that way, and we have administrators and staff checking it.
Okay. All right, so we still have it, but we need to advertise it more? Is that the word we need to say?
That's what I heard from Reese.
Yeah, I would say that we need to advertise it more. I personally have not heard anything about it all school year on the announcements. I know a couple years ago, when I was a freshman, it was always reported at least once or twice a week on the announcements. Now, I haven't heard of anything this school year. I know I've used it before, and I think it's beneficial, and we just need to advertise it more, I guess.
Okay, so maybe we could, you could check in with the principals at those two schools, Dr. Jones?
Be happy to.
Thank you. All right. Is more access to the social worker? That's a new position this year?
No, we've had the social worker. I mean, the social worker has job responsibilities, and they certainly work with students that could benefit from access to the social worker. So we do have some programs where we have access to counseling after school as well as during the school day. So we can take a look and see how that social worker is being utilized. But I know she is extremely busy with job responsibilities right now. It is something that that we just added our first social worker, I think, 3 years ago. So it is something that we could certainly look at in this year's budget of whether we need another social worker. And there may be some funding for this from the state to do that.
So we have one social worker for the entire district?
Yeah.
Or just for the high school?
Just one? Yeah, one.
One for the entire district? Okay, so is that person housed at the high school, or where are they housed?
They're housed here at PLC. and
Oh,
they
at
travel out
PLC.
to the schools,
Okay,
right.
okay. All right, so it sounds like we need to put that in our budget, from what Dr. Jones is saying. It's just one social worker for the entire district. All right, return of normal activities during the school day. Let's start there. The field trips, are those?
We've resumed field trips. We're going to resume them even more in January. So those are available for staff and different organizations to begin applying for field trips and going through the field trip request process.
Okay. And then are you saying school band, in-school band and chorus concerts, maybe assemblies? Is that what you're referring to, Reese, there? Or?
Yes, assemblies would probably be the better word, not just limited to school band and chorus, but I know we used to have speakers come in a lot, and it was educational and entertaining and something fun for students. So if we could do that in a safe way, that'd be great.
Is that possible in a safe way, Dr. Jones?
We'll certainly look for ways to do it in a safe way. We've been held back by social distancing requirements, and hopefully those will go away at some point. We can start packing the auditorium, but we can look at other venues as well. I know that the high school's been pretty creative in doing some things outdoors, like pep rallies and the movie that Reese mentioned in her report, and other activities that they've done, and we'll continue to be creative in looking at ways to do that.
Okay. Now, is there a way that Reese can sit in or sit with the principal to talk about these things, or the three of you together, or some way we can get her in touch with Mrs. Martin?
I'm sure Mrs. Martin would be happy to meet with Reese at any time.
Okay, great. All right. The next thing was the support groups.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I would just like to say kudos to whoever thought of the band and the little small glimmer of normalcy that somebody put together and provided for you guys there at the high school. That's some very good planning and thinking. Just want to say kudos to those folks.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. All right, so the more support groups. So these would be after school or during the school day? What are you thinking?
I think it could probably be either. I know we do have Indian time that could be used then. But I think support groups are a really great idea, because oftentimes mental health is stigmatized, where it's like you know someone that might have a mental health issue and you might, not want to be around them. That makes people feel uncomfortable. So these support groups are just like a safe place for people to go and have an honest conversation about problems they might be having, and stuff like that. So whether it's inside of school, outside of school, I think these could be really useful to us.
All right. What do you think about that, Dr. Jones?
We do support groups. Our counselors hold support groups based on student needs that they're seeing. Teachers, obviously, we've resumed our clubs at the high school, so that's an opportunity. While not a formal support group, it is allow students who have similar interests to meet and to work together in clubs. Peer support groups are a little trickier. Requires a lot of training, a lot of development, if that's something that a group of students would like to see started. I've seen some great peer support groups and peer counseling groups for different topics. It's a huge undertaking, but if it's something that a group of students wants to get involved in and go through training and set up protocols for doing that, then certainly we're happy to entertain that idea.
Okay, so maybe you want to take it back to your KIND group or your Yellow Bracelets group and see what they
Yeah, I'll
like to
talk
do?
to them.
Okay, all right. And you mentioned more clubs. The clubs are now meeting. Both of you have said that, right?
Yeah.
So who do the students contact if they want to add an additional club?
So they would need to talk to the principal. They need to also have a adult staff member that would serve as their sponsor. So if they have an idea for a club or some formal recognition of a club, then talk to the principal and she can work through the process with any students that are interested.
Okay. All right. Are there any other questions or comments from the board?
Going back to,
Dr. Taylor?
yes, sorry. Going back to making things normal, I know we're talking about high school and maybe even middle school here, but what about elementary side? Like bringing normalcy as far as parents coming back in, hosting, like right now it's Christmas season. We would normally, in a normal year, have Christmas parties across elementary schools, maybe not so much in the secondary. Where are we at with all of that?
So we've met with the principals and talked with them several times about the topic. We have started formal groups like volunteer groups, watchdogs, other things. There was some resistance among teachers to allow classroom visitors in just because of social distancing and contact tracing and those types of things. So we're going to revisit that in January. And same thing with lunches. Our lunch rooms are pretty packed in terms of trying to keep social distancing between students. So there's not a lot of room in there, but it's something that we're going to revisit again in January.
Okay.
Well, I thank you very much on behalf of the board, Reese, for bringing this to our attention. And that's why we have a student liaison, and I'm so glad that you are taking your job seriously and letting us know. I still would like to attend the Yellow Bracelets Club meeting or the KIND meeting. If you could let me know when those are, I'd be happy to come and attend. And so thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, our next presentation is the retiree healthcare supplement. Dr. Jones?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Terry Allison's going to come up and lead us through this presentation. This is, last month, we presented kind of a refresher of where we were when we talked about this last spring and into the beginning of the summer. This month, we're presenting a draft policy that's been reviewed by school board attorneys as a starting point, as well as some final proposals to move forward. And as the board, at least one board member said, try to get this issue taken care of in January. So, Ms. Allison?
Thank you, Dr. Jones. Good evening, Dr. Jones and board members. Tonight I'm here to bring you a review of our retiree health care supplement plan and our proposed draft policy. This first slide is just a recap of the dates the retiree supplement was discussed with the board leading up to tonight's presentation of our proposed draft policy. This slide is a recap of our current early retiree costs. Previous presentations reflected 44 participants. As of October, we had 43 participants for an approximate yearly cost of $320,592. This is information that was requested by the board at the previous school board meeting. As you can see, the ages of the current retirees range from 54 to 64. And that lists our 43 current retirees. PCPS currently has 18 active employees who are eligible for an unreduced VRS benefit. 6 of these 18 have less than 10 years of PCPS service. I also wanted to note that we have 34 employees with 25 to 29 years of service. This is the group we would anticipate who would be contemplating retirement before July 1st, 2023, if a change were to be made to our current health care supplement. This was requested information of surrounding counties and what they do for their retiree supplements. As you can see, Chesterfield County Public Schools, if you have 25 years plus of consecutive service, you would receive $300 per month. Hanover County Public Schools, if you have 20 plus years of consecutive Hanover County Public Schools service, you would receive $200 a month. In Henrico, they only give a supplement if you did not receive the VRS health care credit. They would give a $3 per month per year of service, so at 25 years, they would receive $75 per month. This is our proposed benefit. So we're proposing a flat rate of a monthly supplement based on the years of PCPS service. So our proposed supplement is $12.50 per month per year of PCPS service. So if an employee had 10 years, which would be the minimum service that we're proposing, they would receive $125 per month or $1,500 per year. I'd like to point out that at 25 years of service, the employee would receive $312.50, and that would put us in line with the Chesterfield $300 that they give for their staff at 25 years plus of service. The proposed $12.50 would be a cost savings of approximately $200,000 per year based on the 43 current retirees. So the key points we included in the draft policy, as you have all been provided, is Section C, specific to retirees. Retirees currently accessing our current health care supplement will remain at a similar rate as determined yearly by the board until they become Medicare eligible. We are proposing that employees who retire on or before July 1st, 2023 will be grandfathered into the current supplement rate program. A change is the change from 5 years of PCPS service required to enroll in the early retiree program to 10 years of PCPS service. This is not consecutive years. The employee is required to be on the Powhatan County Public Schools health insurance coverage at the time of retirement. That is the same as it is now. They must enroll in the health care coverage as an early retiree at the time of retirement, and that is the way it is now. We are proposing the $12.50 per month per year of service, and the retiree must be in good standing and not subject to a recommendation of dismissal or non-renewal at the time of their retirement. So the decisions we need to be made from the board for the final policy is what date will this policy take effect? Our proposal is after July 1st, 2023, to give our staff members time to make their retirement planning. And the second one is what is the amount of the supplement provided to retirees? We are proposing the $12.50 per month per year of Powhatan school service.
All right, thank you, Mrs. Allison. Oh, I'm sorry, did you have more to say?
No, that's.
Oh, okay.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Dr. Jones.
Thank you. I just wanted to add, that we've talked about these issues several times, and what we tried to do in drafting this policy was what we'd heard the board previously ask for, to reward our longtime employees, to provide a benefit that is substantial, and this one would be the largest in our region in terms of the benefit for our longtime employees, those working 25 years or more in Powhatan. And it also realizes some cost savings over time, as demonstrated by the fact that if we had this system in place right now with our current 43 employees, we would be saving about $200,000. So we think that it balances the act of rewarding our longtime employees with a substantial benefit, with also realizing some savings that could be put into, which goes back to what we originally talked about while we originally started looking at this, is ways of saving money that we can put into reducing healthcare costs for our current employees. So that's where we are. The policy's there for your review, and we're happy to answer any questions or take any feedback that you have at this time.
All right, questions or comments from the board?
Madam Chair,
Mr. Cole?
I do appreciate the work on this, and it's, I think we're working towards trying to meet the request from the Board of Supervisors in terms of what we do with our retirees' insurance. And I think at the same time, we're trying to be fair to our employees. This is going to be, for our retirees, it's going to, even at the maximum, which is 300 and something a month, is that right? The maximum we're giving it per month, how much is that?
$1,250 at the 25 years was $312, so they could have more years of service. It's just based on the $12.50 for their PCPS service.
Right, but, okay.
So there is no maximum. They could.
Right, but basically, if you're going out with 30 years, then.
Right, 30 years, you get
Even-
$375 per month.
Right, so that's going to be considerably less at some of the levels of insurance, the premium that we're doing right now. So it looks like it's really generous, and I think it is, but it is also going to be a significant reduction to what our retirees are getting, once this policy is put into place. And we just need to keep that in mind. I'm not campaigning either way. I'm just pointing out it is a big difference at some of those levels. So, the $1,250 a month, I think it's a good place to start a discussion, and I'm happy that we're there. I think the comment that was made by Ms. Brown when she came in earlier tonight points out one of the problems that you have whenever you set any kind of criteria and say, here's the cutoff. You're always going to miss someone. We talked about 5 years of service in their previous policy. This one says 10 years of service. And, she's right to come and tell us, hey, I came to Powhatan thinking this policy was going to cover me, and now it doesn't look like it will. So, we've been fiscally responsible. I understand that, but there will be some pain for our retirees. And I think people tend to look at this and say, well, it's just fluff. It's just, not everybody gets this. If you're in the real world, you don't get this. Well, that's true for some people and not true for some people. I know people that have worked for big corporations that continue to get insurance benefits after they retire. But nonetheless, with teachers, and I think anybody who has taught, especially in Powhatan County or in any county outside of one of the highest paying districts, part of your thinking as you come back year after year and continue to teach is that, well, you have a good retirement, and when I retire, I'll get health insurance, I'll have some health insurance help until I reach 65 and go on Medicare. That is a big piece of the decision-making process for every teacher I know as they're moving towards retirement. So, it's kind of delayed rewards. I hate to say it that way, but, when you, But I think a lot of teachers feel that way. And I certainly felt that way when I was on the payroll here. Because I'm not getting the big raises that I see my friends in private business getting. My raises have never kept up with private business. My wife was a nurse. She would get 5-6% raise. Some years I got nothing. And that's been typical of what we've been able to do. We do what we can as a school board. They did it as they could when I was teaching or principal. But, I just want to express my appreciation for where we're going, but I also want to express, let's be mindful of what this will do to some of our teachers who are getting close to retirement. And we are trying to do some things to mitigate that. And we may need to look at that and massage it a little more as we go forward. But, I like what you presented so far. I think it does encapsulate what we've talked about to this point. Thank you.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Dr.
just
Taylor?
ask a question. We're currently at 5 years investment, is that right? And then we're wanting to move to 10?
To be eligible for the early retiree,
Yes.
yes, you have to have 5 years of service with Powhatan.
Is
Schools.
that pretty standard across the board, or is it?
It is. That is actually a requirement through Anthem.
Okay. And do you see, are other systems going to more of a 10-year model? Or are we setting the standard here?
There are a few divisions that we could find that offer this benefit. It is a benefit that we offer, and if you'll go back to the previous slide, I believe, Ms. Hockaday, those are the 3 school divisions that we found that offer a similar benefit. You can see that they start at 10 years in Hanover and 15 years in Chesterfield. So 10 years is what had been discussed by the board previously before you came on, and was kind of where we had left it in our discussions, but that's open for debate as well.
No, it looks good. I think it looks like it's putting us in a competitive market, especially with Chesterfield on that higher end.
Right.
Will it at all help or hurt us to recruit and retain?
Oh, I think any benefit that we offer to our teachers helps us to recruit and retain them, and certainly it is a benefit that we've heard staff say will keep them in Powhatan as they're nearing retirement, because it does, it's a lucrative benefit that rewards our longtime employees. So I think the tweak in moving it to 10 years is a good one, because if we really want to reward our long-term employees, then that certainly will help.
Yeah. Unfortunately, it hurts those who are maybe a little bit more transient, moving around systems, but it rewards those who put roots down and
Correct.
and build their lives here. Thanks.
Any other questions or comments from the board?
Madam Chair,
Ms. Smith?
I appreciate all the work that's gone into this. We've been talking about it and moving it around on the plate here for a while now. One thing I'd like to say about the large companies offering these insurance coverage for retirees, that's becoming a thing of the past too, quite quickly. I've experienced that myself from my husband's employment. But it is what it is, and you have to make some adjustments. And I think that we have made a very good adjustment with this proposal that's been brought here tonight. So,
Madam Chair.
Yeah, Dr. Jones?
Sorry, I just want to point out, could you go back to that next slide? I think it's the next slide. Yes. I just want to make sure everybody's aware that this is based on years of PCPS service, not years of VRS service. So I know Ms. Brown came and spoke that she came here and was looking for this benefit, and I know other teachers have, but in this model that we'd be looking for, you'd get it based on your PCPS years of service, not VRS years of service. So that's something just I want to make sure everybody's aware of, because that's how the other Chesterfield, Henrico, Hanover are doing. And again, if we go back and we're looking to reward our longtime employees, then should the benefit be based on their PCPS years of service?
Madam Chair.
Are you finished?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Ms. Ayers?
I thought do they still have to be fully vested in VRS to receive this?
No, ma'am.
They do not.
No, ma'am.
I thought we talked about.
We talked about that, and we also talked about there's some Remember, we presented some cases where if somebody goes out on disability or is applying for disability and retires with that, sometimes it'll take 2 years for VRS to approve that, and then they don't have health insurance during that time. And if somebody retires with 29 years of service because they have some other health problems, or they have to care for an elderly parent or something along those lines, they wouldn't qualify because they wouldn't be fully vested in VRS. So that's why we pivoted to PCPS years of service.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so what are any more questions or comments? Then what are our decisions that needed, Mrs. Allison? Oh, wait, don't go just yet. So you wanted to get that's
Go
okay.
back-
That's
Go
okay.
back to the last slide,
Yeah.
Ms. Hockaday.
What date will this policy
No,
take
the
effect?
Next slide, one more. One more. There we go.
Okay.
So these are the two issues that are still outstanding. We'd like for you to look through the policy before January, just to review that and make sure you're okay with what's written in policy, because that is school board policy. But the two questions are, when will the policy take effect? Because the board had previously talked about a phase-in approach to allow those that are ready to retire to take advantage of it. We talked about 2 years, we talked about 3 years. We've talked about it now for 8 months. So we're proposing that we would give everybody a full 18 months to make a decision. So they would have to, that it would go into effect July 1st of 2023. And then what is the amount of the supplement? $12.50 is what we are proposing. If that needs to be lowered or raised, the board can decide that now. We could start at $12.50. It could always be changed in policy subsequently. So, but those are the two decision points, and to review the policy, and we plan on bringing that back to you in January, where we can make those decisions then, once you've had a chance to think about it and get feedback from staff, or we're happy to hear the decisions now and include that in the policy for January.
All right. Comments from the board? Mr. Cole?
Madam Chair, just want to point out that the rate that we approve for retirees is up for action every budget year. And over the last, what has it been, last 3 years, Mr. Johns, we have shifted more of the cost of our retirees' health insurance to the retirees. Is that correct? I think.
Yes, sir, we have every year except for 1 year, 2 years ago, where we assumed the full increase for all employees and retirees.
Right. So we have been making some progress in this direction.
Yes, sir,
but it's
that
still
is correct.
If you go back to like slide 3 for just a second. Okay, you can see there, what the difference is going to be. That's what retirees are currently getting towards their insurance. And then you can look at the maximum amount that they would get, well, if they're 30 years, let's say, you can look at that and kind of compare it to what's up there. And you can see, just kind of see what the numbers say. And I was looking back at some of our other rate sheets, and like I say, what we're paying now is probably 5% at least less than what we were paying before, something like that. Probably maybe more than that, I guess. The reductions have been by, we've reduced the amount that we're paying as division, and teachers have picked up an additional 5 to 10% over the last few years, is it?
Whatever the percent increase is, yes, sir.
Yeah, okay. That's all I've got.
All right, so what would the board like to do? So you're suggesting we look this over and come ready to discuss the policy or pass the policy in January?
We can do either way, whatever. We've discussed this for a while now, so if you're okay with those two dates, we'll bring it back, or those two decisions that we're proposing, then we'll be happy to bring it back and make approval in January, and then our employees will know where we stand.
Okay.
We're happy to do that.
All right, is everybody okay to do that?
I would like to see this sent out to our employees. Not all of them are going to check board docs to see it. So I think it would be good to send it out to all of our employees so they are fully aware of what's going on, and basically, give them a chance to give us suggestions or give us their comments.
Well, okay, so you're saying that give
I'm
them
okay-
suggestions, go ahead.
I'm okay with January, but I do want
Okay.
our employees to have a chance to look at it and give us some comments before we vote.
Okay, so can you send that to the employees then, Mrs. Allison?
Absolutely.
Okay,
We will send out the presentation.
okay. If you can do that this week, and then we
Bring it
will-
back in January. Any
and-
feedback we get.
And then we'll vote in January. Is everybody good with that? Okay, sounds like a plan.
Thank
That's our
you.
plan. Thank you, Mrs. Allison.
Thank you.
All right, next is the consent agenda. Dr. Jones?
Yes, ma'am. We have the consent agenda. We have the monthly financial report as well as the personnel docket and addendum. We're asking for approval of the consent agenda.
All right, any questions or comments from the board on the consent agenda? All right, hearing none, do we have a motion?
Make a motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. Motion passes 5-0. All right, the superintendent's report. Dr.
Yes.
Jones?
Yep, we have, to receive information, we have a set of policies that began, I think, with Dr. Taylor making some recommendations and changing to these policies. We then took that language that Dr. Taylor had suggested, sent it to the school board attorney, and the attorney made some suggestions on modifying that language while keeping the intent. So if you look at one of those policies, if you'll bring up one IIAB, Ms. Hockaday, you can see that the, in green are the suggestions from the school board attorney, and in red is the language that was submitted by Dr. Taylor. In talking with the school board attorney with this, in terms of the rationale for making this modification, there was some concern about enforceability of the language and trying to make it more enforceable, and to have it be consistent among these three policies, having some consistency since there is some similarity between those three policies. So we wanted to give both options to the school board for their review and to get feedback. This is information only at this time.
All right. Dr. Taylor, did you want to start?
Well, the attorney mentions that, I guess you basically talked about the subjectivity of enforcement. I read her revisions, and I would argue that it's actually more subjective. When she says, or when she writes in there, careful consideration must be given, rather than how I propose it of, here's a standard that we're holding our kids to, therefore we don't want to put around them or in their, give them access to things that are actually going to violate the code of conduct that we're holding them to. So that's actually laying the groundwork upon which to make a judgment call, where she's saying careful consideration. Well, what does that mean? Who's to say what's careful, what's not careful? The code of conduct, the standard of behavior is the standard by which we would make that judgment.
I just
See,
relayed the
that's what I'm
school
laying out here.
attorney's feedback.
So is this something we need the attorney to come to a meeting to discuss?
I don't believe so. I mean, I shared what feedback she had with the board, so that's her recommendation to include that language in there. But she would be happy to have a call with the board or to come to a meeting and discuss it if that's the pleasure of the board.
Is there some sort of legal parameters that she's trying to navigate here with its more vague language?
I think it may be useful for you to have a conversation with her too, because she didn't get into too many specifics. I think there was some concerns about using the code of conduct as a standard when it's really governing student behavior and not what's printed in books and supplemental material, and how you would enforce that. But it may be beneficial for you to have a conversation with her just to hear what she has to say. Because really, I just got the email that I sent to you in terms of what she had said.
Okay.
So that's where she's coming from, is because she wants all three of these policies to be the same, even though,
If there's going to be an attempt to not have language, drug, alcohol abuse, sexual behavior in these, she feels like the language should be similar since the policies are similar in terms of guidelines for purchasing and using of these materials.
That's what's confusing to me. I use the same language in all three policies. So obviously, I need to have a conversation with her just to figure out what's driving that train.
okay, so do we need to,
Well, I'd like to hear from everyone else just what you think about the two different versions. And then after that, if need be, I can have a conversation with the attorney and we'll revisit it next time. How do y'all feel?
Madam Chair,
Ms. Ayers?
we have had several emails pertaining to this policy, and I think that our community has made some very good points. One that Dr. Jones just pointed out, that our standard of student conduct is for students. It does not govern written material. And that doesn't, they don't think that's cohesive to say that the student conduct is applicable to anything but students, because that is what the student conduct, the standards of student conduct is. They are governing children and not material. And the other thing that several people have pointed out, that our courts of law cannot come to a conclusion on how to define excessive or obscene. That is very subjective to different people. So I'm just pointing this out. I'm not, making an opinion, but I'm just saying that we have heard from some community members that have raised those questions, and I think it's only fair that we bring those up.
Mr. Cole?
I certainly am in favor of trying to clarify and strengthen this policy. But I'm sitting here thinking about how music you want to go into violating code of conduct. If a main character in a book uses a one-word profanity, slang, you want to remove that book from the library? And that's kind of what I'm looking at.
Yeah. Well, I think excessive is more than one word. I think that's just common knowledge. One word is not, I wouldn't think anybody would believe that's excessive.
I suppose it depends on what the word is.
Absolutely it does, but, if a student character in the book skips a class, that's okay, it's non-violent narrative conduct, if you skip a class, that's good, yes.
Okay, what standard would you use? What I was trying to do is I'm driving at, we got to have a standard upon which to base this policy. Otherwise, it's even more vague and subjective when you say careful consideration. So who's saying what's careful and how do you consider that? So I grabbed a code that we're using to measure and put that into the policy. So if that's not the right approach, what is? Where can we go to have some actual grit and grounding here, rather than we are still in the cloud of subjectivity? Ultimately, this is going to be subjective on all levels to some level, right?
Yeah, I agree with that.
I'm not arguing that. It is going to be subjective. And just like Ms. Ayers said, in her comment,
Yeah.
the Supreme Court has not figured out a way to do this yet. So I don't want to make it more complicated, more time-consuming for our staff or for our parents in terms of looking at every book in the library to see if there's a violation of the code of conduct. So I would have less heartburn if you changed to the materials and resources provided shall be consistent with the code of conduct, or the intent of the code of conduct, something like that. I don't know. I mean,
Okay.
I don't know if any other school divisions have tackled this. I guess we could ask the VSBA if they know of anybody else that's looked at it and tried and wrestled with it. But
Madam Chair,
Dr. Jones?
I just want to be a devil's advocate here as, I'm sitting here thinking, the standards of student conduct, we prohibit images of the Confederate flag. So does that mean that no book that's purchased could have images of the Confederate flag in it? We prohibit bullying, so could there be no actions that would be construed as bullying in there? I think we could work with excessive, and I don't have an issue with language or drugs or alcohol or sexual behavior, but I think opening it up to be consistent with this, or to not violate the standards of student conduct, to me, opens it up even wider to anything that's in the standard student conduct. And that's what I think my concern would be.
I hear you, but then again, my question is, so what do we ground this in? I think it has to be grounded in something other than just the cloud, like it's just careful consideration. Well, who's careful consideration? There has to be a standard. Otherwise, we're not talking about anything here. It's your opinion, your belief system. No, it's got to be the system's belief system and a standard by which we judge things, right?
I understand what you're saying.
And that's what I was driving at there. I'm all ears for a better option there, better grounding, but I can't accept careful consideration because that's not grounded in anything. It's just super subjective based upon whoever's doing the consideration at that point.
All right, so if, again, having you consult with the attorney and explain to her that you're looking for a standard, and seeing what she says.
Yeah. Well, I do want to clarify that in this, hearing from the constituents, this is more about keeping adult material out of the minds and hands of minors versus dealing with a Confederate flag. That's history. We have to teach those things. We're not dealing with that. It's how can we protect our kids from adult materials before it's their time. That's my big thing in this.
Okay,
Madam Chairman.
Such as some of the books that have been reviewed over the last few months. One of the books that we're reading as a board, and I guess we'll make a ruling on next month.
January?
Well, Monday's not coming. Yeah, in January. So that's what the drive here. It's not some sort of other social issue. It's just how do we protect our kids from adult materials?
Dr. Taylor, Madam Chair, if I might.
Mr. Cole?
If we said the materials and resources provided shall be consistent with the code of conduct in relation to the topics mentioned above. So then it would restrict the use of the code of conduct except for profanity, sex, or illegal conduct such as drug or alcohol use or abuse. But even that, once again, if you have a mystery or a story where someone kills someone else, that's bodily harm, that's in our code of conduct. But, so if we restrict it to those topics, it helps a little bit to narrow it down to the pieces of the code of conduct we want to make it consistent with. So once again, that's my suggestion. And I would like to see what other folks are doing, if anybody else has ventured out in this area and has something we can borrow or steal.
All right, well then, two follow-ups would be having Dr. Taylor speak with the attorney, and then checking to see if any other districts have written or change their policy and what they've written. Anybody else?
Madam Chair,
Ms. Smith?
it seems what I'm hearing is that that sentence right there, the materials shall not violate the standard of student conduct, raises questions, more questions than it helps to calm or to straighten out. So maybe that sentence needs to come out of it altogether and simply emphasize the selection of materials to not contain excessive vulgar language, glamorized drugs, alcohol abuse, or obscene sexual behavior. And if the attorney can direct us in another way to ground it, maybe that's the path we need to take. But there are some things in standards of student conduct that, that we could pick it to death. So maybe that's not the standard we need to be looking at. Thank you.
All right. Are we good with that? And then you can, if there's time to do it before the January meeting, then we'll have it at the January meeting. If not, we do the February,
Sounds
with the
great.
holidays, whatever the schedule is. All right? All right, Dr. Taylor, are you good? Okay. All right, well then let's move on to the next item.
Sure,
Dr.
thank you, Madam
Jones?
Chair. The next item is, this is the CIP plan that we brought you last month. We brought it back again as information this time because we added in a radio project, our transportation radio system, and the replacement of that. We're working with the county now on that project. They have funded and upgraded their radio systems in fire and EMS, and we are looking to do the same so that we can communicate with them. So we've included that as a new project, and that is included for your review, and then we will bring this back next month for approval.
All right, any questions on that CIP? All right.
Madam Chair.
Ms. Smith?
If I could just ask Dr. Jones this one question. At Powhatan Elementary, when we are looking at doing the upgrade or work on the HVAC system,
Yes, ma'am.
in that picture where that big red monstrosity is sitting, does that mean that will be removed
Yes, that will be removed
from the room?
from the room, yeah. to
That'd be great
Give
space.
some more space in the classrooms, yes, ma'am.
And the cost of getting that out and also refurbishing or putting down tiles is part of the cost as well?
Yes, that's all included in the cost.
Okay. I know they'll be happy for that.
Mm-hmm.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Cole?
Dr. Jones, on the radios, we're going with a different option than what the county's doing. Will they still talk to each other?
Yeah, they'll be compatible. We just don't need the high-end equipment that sheriff's deputies or fire EMS need. But we will be able to be fully compatible and to talk to them both in transportation and also administration in our schools.
Thank you.
All right, let's move on to the next item.
Thank you. The next item is to consider approval, recommending that the school board approve making masks voluntary inside school buildings once the Virginia Health Commissioner's order is lifted that mandates masks in K-12 school settings. I did put on here under background information that there still is a federal mandate to wear masks while on school buses. That's still in effect. But once the Health Commissioner's order is lifted, whether that's this month or next month, we would be ready, the board would be voting to make masks voluntary at that point.
All right. Do we have a motion? Second?
Second.
All right, any discussion?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Cole?
how many students do you think, or will there be any students that will decide they don't want to come to school because of voluntary masks? I know we had a lot of emails back in the fall when we talked about this before. We had a lot of emails on both sides of it. But, you know, and if there is a student who's immunocompromised, who's got a IEP or a 504 plan, what accommodations are you going to make for that student for them to safely come to school? Is that going to mean that there could be some classrooms that do require a mask because of that? You know, I'm trying to look ahead to see some things, some barriers we might encounter along the way. So if once this goes out, then once again, hopefully parents will see it, or we may announce it to the parents somehow in the announcements. I don't know how many parents, how they feel, that maybe all of them have been vaccinated by this point, and it's not an issue anymore.
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Dr. Jones?
The emails that I remember receiving at the beginning of the year were mainly from elementary students, parents who didn't have a chance to be vaccinated yet. So I anticipate that, I'm not saying there won't be any, I'm sure there will be, but I know that that was the bulk of the emails that we received. Students that are immunocompromised are already on virtual learning, so we're already addressing them through an alternative educational setting. So I'm sure that we'll have to deal with some individual cases. I think the bigger issue will be the number of students that we have to quarantine. We had a large outbreak at the middle school today, and we would have had to quarantine twice the number if those students weren't wearing masks. Now, I read an encouraging article in the VSBA Daily Update today about Virginia Beach is no longer having to quarantine high school students.
But they have a high percentage of their students vaccinated, which
Right.
we don't have any idea how many of their students are vaccinated.
We have requested that information from the VDH today so that we could kind of see where we are with that. And we've also reached out to the Chesterfield Health Department to see what number we would need to get to that point. So
That'd be good.
that would be good as well.
Yeah.
Any more discussion? All right. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. Okay, motion passes 5-0. Great. Next item?
Madam Chair.
Excuse me. Okay, let's take a 10-minute recess, please. We'll be back at 9:27. If we could have everybody take their seats so we can get back to business here. Thank you. All right, we were on letter D, I believe.
Madam Chair, we're looking for approval of the landscape maintenance contract for 2022. We brought this to the board last month for information. We would be awarding this to two different contractors, both of them based in Powhatan, and that have done a very good job for us over the last few months, and would like to enter into this contract for them for the remainder of this year. Of next year.
All right, do we have a motion?
Madam Chair,
Mrs. Smith?
I make a motion to accept this proposal on the landscape maintenance contract.
All right, we got a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second it, Madam Chair.
All right, any discussion? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. Okay, motion passes 5-0.
Thank you,
Next.
Madam. Yep, thank you, Madam Chair. Next one is to approve the janitorial custodial services contract for next year with HES Facilities. We are making some progress with HES and hopeful that this new adjustment and increasing the wages for their employees that's required by state law will help with some of the staffing issues that we've had, and that we'll continue to see improvement in our janitorial custodial services.
All right, do we have a motion?
Madam Chair,
Ms. Smith?
I'd like to ask a couple of questions on that, as far as this is concerned. I continue to get feedback and emails of buildings that are still not clean, and I'm just wondering if we need to look at doing something with the custodial service like we did with the landscape maintenance, and look for another company that can pick up some of the work that needs to get done that is not being done.
Dr. Tibbs, would you like to come speak to that?
We could look to that, but I don't know that we would get much out of it, because it's very difficult to find a contractor that would come in and do contract work for another company unless we look at doing what we did prior to going away from SSC, which was pulling buildings, whole buildings out of the contract and hiring someone else to come in and do that. I will tell you that when we implemented various communication methods, we implemented various feedback methods, we have received fewer comments from staff through School Dude. We received very few emails. We created an email distribution list that's called HES Custodial Feedback that goes to the 3 managers and to myself. We received very few emails from them. The schools get calls to replenish paper towels throughout the day or replenish soap throughout the day. But all in all, the feedback that we're getting through those methods of things not being done has decreased tremendously.
Yes, sir, and I hear that, but I also hear and read these emails that talk about continuously, and continuous meaning just about every day, that they need to School Dude to have classrooms cleaned, hallways, stairs, sink areas cleaned, that it's mold and disgusting stuff growing there, and that shouldn't be one more thing added to our teachers' to-do list, to School Dude, to let you know that somebody hadn't come in and cleaned their classroom. And it isn't, I don't think the people that I'm hearing from aren't extremely picky people, but when it's dirty, it's dirty. and it's just being ignored, is their feeling and understanding of what's going on. So I'm just, at what point will we have enough is enough and say that we may have to pull a building or two buildings out so that we can address HES going and putting their people to work in the other buildings and getting them really clean, and looking for a company to do some of the other buildings, like two of them. I don't know, say the high school in Flat Rock.
Yeah, I would suggest that we, once January comes and the new labor law goes into effect and we see what that does with staffing, that we give them a couple months to look at this. What's the buyout on this, Jason? Is it
I don't know right off the top of my head.
30 days? I think 30 days notice.
I think for this one, we put 60 days in
60
there.
days. So, I think we can let HES know that, we would approve this and that we're hopeful that the changes and the additional money that we're putting in to this is going to increase staffing so that these issues don't keep occurring. And I understand the teachers' frustrations about having the school do things, but we have to have a communication loop to know that. And
Right,
we have
right.
to be able to point to when HES sets up 3 different communication loops and they are saying, we're not hearing any of this, then, we need to make sure that we're sharing that as best we can. And I understand it shouldn't have to be every day, so.
Well, the waste baskets are to be emptied every day, right?
Correct.
Okay, and the bathrooms need to be cleaned, the floors need to be swept. So if they're not doing it because there isn't enough help, but we're still paying the bill, the taxpayers are still paying the bill, and that's where the problem is. You either do the job. If you can't do the job, we need to look at something else. These are basic things. Emptying a wastebasket, sweeping a floor, clean a bathroom.
So if I may, would you all be amenable to allowing me to provide you with that email address? So when you get an email from a staff member, you forward it straight to that email address, and it goes directly to the managers. I see it, that makes me aware of it, but it goes directly to the managers, from the regional manager to our account manager to the assistant manager, so they are aware of it.
Well, who is following up and going to see, like this evening, who is going to see at the high school if the waste baskets have been emptied, if their floors have been swept, and if the bathrooms have been cleaned? Somebody should be following through.
There is a point person in every building that should be going around and checking. Now, they're not going around and checking every single classroom. They are going around and spot checking specific classrooms in specific areas. But
Well,
if
then I
that's,
guess they need to go to every classroom, because that's where the problem is. We're paying them to do a service for us. We'd like them to do the service for us. If they can't do it, we need to go elsewhere. We said this to them last year, and here we are in the same boat again. I can't vote for this.
Well, Madam Chair,
Ms.
I
Smith?
just think we need to have a plan in place to protect ourselves in the contract that we are in with this company, and say if we are into we give them the month of January, December and January, and if by the 1st of February, we're not seeing a remarkable improvement and difference, that we then start looking to do something different.
We can give them a letter to that effect, along with the contract, to let them know that we're putting them on notice and that we expect to see immediate improvement. And if not, then we will be looking at other options.
Okay.
I believe when we bid this, we bid it as options to multiple providers, and we didn't receive.
we did not.
So,
And I guess we need to go back to our in-house custodial services.
we can certainly price that out and bring that back to the board as a budget item.
If you'll recall, we did do that back in the February of 2020.
I
Well,
recall.
maybe what we can do is, as Ms. Smith has suggested, a couple of schools, break it up.
And we would need to find somebody to do those other schools. So, right now, this is a contract that would start in January.
Yes.
And we need to have somebody in place to clean the schools at the beginning of the school year.
And they are going to be working over winter break. They're working Monday through Thursday of Christmas week and Monday through Thursday of New Year's week. And we have provided with the building level administrators what their plan is. They've got a map. They're going to be scrubbing floors, top scrubbing floors, putting down new finish. I can tell you from a management standpoint, they are responsive when we tell them something's not right. They are very responsive. And in all the years that I worked with SSC, this past year, I have spent a lot of time working with HES, but I feel holistically that that work has been for the good, because our schools are in a better position at this point in the year than we have had them in many years with our previous provider. Although there are some areas for improvement, and all of us have areas for improvement. There's no doubt about that.
But we're talking about the daily, not the stuff that's done, twice a year, 3 times a year. We're talking about the daily cleaning. The
Understood.
teachers want the waste baskets emptied, the floors cleaned, the bathrooms cleaned, and their sinks. That's all they're asking. That's where the problem is. That's where the focus needs to be on, so that every day those things are done.
Madam Chair.
Ms. Smith?
And I appreciate I feel that passion and your commitment with this company. And so I'm in favor of giving them the opportunity, but we still need to have us a backup plan in case it falls through for them.
Understood.
Thank you.
Is either one, if they don't have a contract January 1st, are they going to come to work?
No.
So we need to do something tonight. We're going to have to approve a contract, and if you want to back out of it later on, that's one thing, but you're going to have to approve the contract, or we're going to walk in here on January 1st, no custodians.
We don't have to do anything.
Madam Chair, I disagree.
Okay, you can disagree with me, Mr. Cole, but I don't like to be told that, to make my choice. I am telling you that this has been a problem for years. And when are we going to address it?
Well, Madam Chair.
Ms. Smith?
I think we are trying to address it. I'm hopeful that this company will be able to pick up the additional workers that they need to get the work done. And if we can put a letter in place saying that we still are expecting better results, that we at least give ourselves some leeway and some time to find another company or start looking for something if we're seeing that this is not going to come to fruition.
We have that built into the contract. We have that leeway. If we're not happy, we'll communicate to that upfront, so that they're aware that we expect to see immediate improvement, and we will continue to work on it.
Yes, thank you.
If the board would like, the regional manager did ask me, based upon my feedback to him from the last meeting when we gave this to you for receiving information, and I shared with him some of the comments. He did ask if the board would rather approve a 6-month contract that'll carry us through this school year to June 30. And if things are awry, we can go another direction. I am very concerned, I hear what you're saying, but I'm very concerned at February or March timeframe having to call a contractor, a local contractor, or somebody. I mean, I can call Fox Cleaning, who we've used before, but there are no assurances, there's no guarantees that he's not going to be so filled in his responsibilities that he's going to be able to take on 2 schools like he was able to back in 2020. So we can go that route.
But you're still missing the point. The point is that we're paying them to do a job. And they're not doing the job. So they either need to raise the rates even more than the minimum wage to get people in here, That's their problem, not ours. Or we need to go back, and it's our problem then when it's in-house custodial.
Madam Chair, if I could
Yeah.
interject just a
Dr.
little bit.
Taylor?
I think at this point, Dr. Tibbs, what we're hearing here is we need to follow through. I think the worst thing we could do is come back January 1 and not have clean schools.
That is the absolute worst,
Yeah.
because then what does that leave us? I mean, I cannot
Yeah,
call a temporary firm and get people out here, because then you are talking about a great deal of money paying per hour, per person to get out here. Then who's going to manage them? Who's going to, I mean, that is,
Yeah.
that's setting us up for disaster.
Yeah, and I don't see an easy way for us to, really any way for us to hire our own staff and get that going that quickly. That's something we got to look way down the road, plan for it, maybe a year or 2 years ahead of time. So I think right now, in my opinion, it seems like we need to move forward, hold their feet to the fire. They understand what we expect and hold them to that expectation. And if needed, we reevaluate, like Susan and Mr. Cole have said. And, you know, to me, it seems like that's a worst-case scenario. Surely they're going to get their act together, I would think. It seems like you have good conversations with them, relationship is
Daily,
building.
multiple times a day.
So I think that's what we need to do. I would be in favor of a 6-month contract if that would be the best option for everybody to feel good about the situation. But I just don't like the idea of we're walking away from this contract, because that leaves us high and dry with no second option whatsoever.
Madam Chair,
Dr. Jones?
I think a year contract, we could end the contract after 6 months. So if after February, the board decides that we need to bring this back in-house and we have time to do that and plan to do that, we can end our contract with them whenever we're ready to roll with our employees, or if we look at go out to somebody else. I think 1 year, 6 months, we have 60 days notice of terminating the contract. That doesn't really matter. We'll let them know that there's still some areas for improvement, and we'll continue to communicate that to them. And if we see some improvement with the new wages that, and hopefully we will, then we'll address these daily cleaning issues that Ms. Emil brings up, and we will hopefully see improvement and be able to move forward.
All right, are you ready for the motion? I mean, are you ready to vote?
We didn't get a motion.
Oh, I thought we did.
No, I think Ms. Smith asked a question.
You asked a question first. All right, do we have
I started the mess, yes. That would be me.
would you like to make the motion?
Well, I'd like to make a motion to accept the contract with the letter stating the intent of improvement, or the look for, that this board is looking for an improvement in the services that they are getting for our schools, and that within 6 months, within February the 1st or mid-February, we will be looking for other means or ways to reduce the contract. I understand that the labor is an issue. I get that, but I'm hoping people will need to come back to work, and want to come back to work and feel good about it, so.
I'll second.
All right, all those in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed, say no. No. Motion passes 4-1. Next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Next is to approve the resolution for Powhatan State Park, increase in funding and staffing for the park. This was part of our legislative agenda. We haven't approved that resolution per se yet, so we'd like to go ahead and do that so we can send that to our legislators.
All right, do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve.
I second it.
Any discussion? All right, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, say no. Motion passes 5-0. Next.
Thank you. Next item is to consider approval. We're recommending that the school board approve the attached resolution declaring parcels 26-7A, 26-41B, the southeastern corner of parcel 26-41A from the school bus loop to the adjoining property line, and all of parcel 26-32 less and except for the buildings being used by the Powhatan County School Board described as C Hall administrative offices and eastern residual parking lot as surplus property. This item is a topic that we've been discussing for many years, what to do with the unused portions of Powhatan County. We're recommending that we declare those portions surplus and that the county use them for economic development purposes. They would already have the gym and the ball fields that they are managing. There's additional land in 26-7A that could be additional ball fields, which is an exciting opportunity. And then the county would take D and E Hall and repurpose those. In the resolution, it states that Powhatan County agrees that no development of the designated property will occur that is not acceptable to the Powhatan School Board, which I know was a concern from expressed by the school board with our proximity to Pocahontas Elementary School and possibly our preschool center in the future. So we are recommending declaring this property surplus and turning it over to the county.
All right, do we have a motion?
I have some questions.
Well, let's do a motion in a second, and then we'll do our discussion. That's how the Robert Rules works. Or do you prefer to do the discussion? All right, go with the discussion. Ms. Ayers?
On parcel 2632, and I know I've asked this question before, but I just want clarification. Do we have, it looks like the property line runs right down the middle of our entrance and exit from the back parking lot. Is there an easement there? Is there a right-of-way there that we will be able to maintain that?
Are you talking about from the gym?
No. The parcel on looking at that on the left-hand side that goes to beside back where the Christmas mother is.
Where it says part of TM to the left of that?
Correct. 2632. I think that's what it is.
Okay. So where it says between 26-34
Yeah.
and TM
Correct.
2632, okay?
You're talking about the bus loop parking lot?
Yeah.
The bus loop is our property. We maintain ownership of the bus loop.
Well, she's talking about the road, right?
Yes, the road
to
going
get
to the
there.
bus loop.
The road going to the bus loop would still be our property.
Okay, because by this diagram, it looks like that property line runs, maybe it's just.
All the way to Route 60.
It does.
Yeah, I don't think it does. That would still be part of our bus loop and we would still have access to that.
Okay, that's my concern, and that was my question. And have we checked with our attorneys, and they will be held accountable to the clause that says that we have a determining factor in what kind of development they put in and how it may affect the school?
The school board attorney has reviewed this and found no issues with it and thought that the clause about that the county agrees that no development of the designated property will occur that is not acceptable to the Powhatan School Board would suffice.
Okay,
Is that,
thank you.
Madam Chair?
Mr. Cole?
Our county administrator is here tonight. Maybe he can walk up here and answer this question. Is that legally enforceable? You know, my understanding is once you zone a piece of property, it's zoned for that. So, you know, if the current proposal doesn't come through, then somebody could come in off the street and say, okay, I want to use that property, it's zoned for this, and they could use it. I mean, the county cannot, am I correct in saying that? If it's zoned a certain way, and land is vacant, anybody can come in and put in a business that fits that zoning, and the county can't deny it. So I'm not sure that our little resolution is legally enforceable.
But the county owns the property.
I thought
But it's
we owned,
good.
I thought we owned the property.
We own it right now, but once it gets zoned that way, and the county, if the county wants to, whatever, I mean, I have some heartburn over this. You know, as much as I wanted to get rid of this property, I don't want to open it up for the possibility that something comes in here we can't control. So perhaps the county
You wanna come up and address that concern if you could, please, sir?
Good evening.
I hate to call you off the bench, but we need you.
No problem. The question would really be on deed restrictions. We would have to make sure that when the property, we had deed restrictions that prohibited any future owners of that property from doing anything that was contrary to your design and to your desires or our desires. So we have to handle that in the deed restriction part. Because you're exactly right. Once it's zoned, if without the deed restrictions, it's fair game. So we need to protect that up front.
So you're confident that the county's going to be in a position, because it's your land at that point, we lose our voice at that point, basically, legally. So you're confident that if the current proposal doesn't come through and somebody else comes down the road and says, I want to put something else in that aligns with that zoning, that you can keep them from doing it?
That is definitely an option.
An option? I
It is
want to
not-
hear. I want to hear.
There's
I
two
wanna
ways,
hear that you
there's
have-
two ways to do it. We talked about it tonight in the planning commission meeting. We could have it proffered by a new owner, but we can't control that right now, but we can control deed restrictions. So the normal way you would do it is have the new owner come in and proffer certain protection for the school board and for the county of that site. Or we can put deed restrictions in, to protect the property. So either one of those two options work. Our attorney tonight said they'd love it if a new owner came in, applied for zoning, and put the proffers in on their own. But we don't want to take that chance. So I think I would pursue doing the deed restrictions to make sure we protect you and the county from whatever user could be out there as far as alternative uses.
Okay. I wanted to ask that question because
Yeah.
I've seen other instances where the county's been sued over some zoning, because somebody came in that wanted to use it, it was zoned for it, and the county said no, and we ended up with a legal bill. But in our case, we don't want to end up with something that's incompatible with having students that are 5 through 14 years old, within a couple hundred feet of them.
And the good news is, and we're on the same page as you are on that, we don't want any possibility of a user of that site that could impact the school board, and we're on the same page. We'll make sure that if we can't get it done, it'll stay in its natural state, because we got to make sure it doesn't get into the wrong use, so.
Okay, thank you very much.
Well, excuse me, while you're there, Mr. Smithers, we also heard from Habitat for Humanity about the two halls, B&D, being historical, and the cottage. Now, when we were doing the study in 2014, 2015, I thought we were told that that's not historical. So is it historical or isn't it?
I wish I could answer that. I haven't done the research that Habitat has done on the property from a historical standpoint, so I don't have a good answer for you on that.
Madam Chair,
Dr. Jones?
I believe the difference is when we were talking about the use in 2014, 2015, when we were talking historical, it was what was historically important to the community versus historical tax credits for redevelopment. So I think we're talking two different versions of historical. What Habitat for Humanity is looking for funding for historical tax credits. I believe she told us that anything that's older than 65 years old could get a historical tax credit. What we were looking to preserve was what was historically important to this community, which was the building that we're in now.
Right. Well, that's what I wanted to understand.
Right.
And so that the other two wings is when this Powhatan County took over the building, the school,
Right.
when they integrated, and they said, they added that.
Correct.
So that's not historical to this area. that we're in.
It's not as historically important to preserve for its current use as this building
Okay.
was, is what we heard from that committee and from the community.
Okay, that's what I want to double check about.
Wait, just a minute, Madam Chair.
Ms.
Could-
Smith?
Okay, so let me hear you correctly. It's not as historically, it's not as historical, or it's not,
We talked to the community.
this was
about-
before my time,
I understand.
so.
We had a large committee with a lot of community input about what on this site needed to be preserved.
Okay.
What needed to be saved, what needed to be honored. And what we were told at that point from talking to those community members that were on that committee is that this building, the old Powhatan School, was what needed to be saved.
Because their parents had helped build, their parents had helped build this for the black community to go to school. So this is why we saved this area.
I'm not saying that part of the building doesn't have historical significance, but when we talked about repurposing and reusing portions of this and what we could access and what was important to save and to preserve, we heard very definitively it was this area and that the lower building could be knocked down or repurposed or used for other topics, and that it wasn't as vital to maintain as this area.
Okay.
Because the county built those areas. Their parents built their school. Where they went to school in this area.
I got you.
Okay.
I think. To the next question.
All right, thank you, Mr. Smithers. All right. Any more questions or comments?
I have a comment, Madam Chair.
Ms. Ayers?
I agree with Mr. Cole that this gives me, the property, the only one that gives me heartburn is the one to the left of where we are sitting now, or, well, looking at it like this, to the left. The buildings. And what Mr. Smithers just said is that he can say that they might put deed restrictions on it, or proffers, but that doesn't mean that that's going to happen. So if they're planning on selling that property to a development or a developer or a business or whatever, what we have written here means nothing, because then someone new owns it, and unless there are deed restrictions or proffers, what we say doesn't matter. Is that correct?
I heard Mr. Smithers said they would add deed restrictions, so that wouldn't happen.
Mr. Smithers, are you committing in public to add deed restrictions?
Or do we need to wait until it's done
Yeah.
before we
Yeah.
then say that?
Madam Chair.
Yes, Mr. Smithers, welcome back.
Thank you. I can only tell you that what I've heard from our board of supervisors to date, and it's been totally focused on what's best for the schools and future uses for that building. But what happens 10 years from now, the plan would be to somehow protect you legally from future uses, and that's our board's goal for now. But obviously, I can't speak for actions the future board takes.
So it's good for 2 years, guys.
Well, Madam Chair, I might as well have my moment.
Go ahead, Ms. Smith.
Okay. While I've been a resident in Powhatan County, here's what I've witnessed. The village building was the old high school when it was first built. It then became an elementary school. I taught upstairs in the middle of that hallway, 3rd grade. Powhatan Elementary School was built. That building was renovated. When we were there as a school, it flooded all the time downstairs whenever there was a hard rain. But that got fixed. It's now the village building. Pocahontas Middle School, when I came here, that was my second teaching position in 4th grade. I was here when the big renovation occurred down those halls. Sometimes we'd come in here in September and the fans, we couldn't get a big enough fan to just move air. It was so hot in those buildings. In that very classroom, one morning I came in, and it had rained very hard. The roof had leaked, and my desk drawers were swollen shut because it was a wooden desk, not to mention everything on top of my desk soaked. But that's okay. We got through that too. At any rate, we lived through the renovation of Pocahontas Middle School. All right, Pocahontas Elementary School was built, and the 4th and 5th grade moved back to the elementary school level. Later, 5th grade moved back to the middle school. Then we built a new middle school for 6th to 8th graders. The greenhouse for the ag classes were removed, a promise to go back, but that hasn't happened yet. There have been issues with the new school construction. Some are addressed and others not. Then I see down on Skaggs Road, the building that used to be the old school board building. It got renovated, and we now have the clinic, and that's wonderful. PLC, middle school, gets renovated for the school board occupancy. At Powhatan High School, there's a plan for later additions, but no plan for expansion for CTE classes. We have been told that we are close to capacity, very close to capacity at our elementary schools. Also, another renovation I witnessed here in Powhatan was the War Memorial Building. They didn't tear it down, they renovated it. As we look at being close to capacity in our elementary schools, why are we not considering or realizing the possible uses of the other wings of this building? We plan to renovate another wing here at PLC. Uses that could be a needed space for 5th graders at Pocahontas Elementary and maybe even Powhatan. We don't know. Maybe it could be converted spaces to expand the CTE program within our school system. But there again, we are also told by the Board of Supervisors there is no money to renovate this building for school use. But watch the renovation that will take place for the county to use it. Just my observations. So I challenge the Board of Supervisors to meet us halfway and discuss these issues of building and land in more depth and find a solution that will best serve the needs of our community going forward. It just is hard for me to think about this building's use in any way other than to educate the students in our county. I'm done. Thank you.
Since I haven't spoke yet, Madam Chair, if I may.
Dr. Taylor?
I would echo what some of these other members of the board have been saying. I've got major reservations with B&D Hall. I could be okay with the back property being given to the county for ball fields if we decided that's not some sort of land that we need for maybe what Mrs. Smith is talking about, future use of these buildings if we were to renovate. I just don't like the idea right now of relinquishing control to property that we can't control anymore. And then the proposal for Habitat of Humanity falls through and then it moves on to some sort of business or something like that. I don't like the language in the resolution. I think it's vague. I don't like a promise, though I want to always take people at their word, but board dynamics change. This board dynamic has changed over the last few years, and maybe that's why we're having a different discussion now than we were in previous years. And so if the deed restrictions were before us right now and we could see what they're going to be and somehow they were signed, then I can maybe get on board because that's concrete and ready to go. But for me, if we didn't have any other plans for that property, B&D Hall, I would say tear down the buildings, use it for playground space if we are actually, in fact, going to bring our preschool and consolidate them here. I could see that as a use for that or parking for that, for teachers. Just Personally, I think we should hold on to that particular piece of property.
Okay, so we put in, wasn't there an estimate given, Dr. Tibbs, are you still here? Wasn't it, would you come up, please? Wasn't there still an estimate given for how much it would cost to demolish the B and D halls? Do you happen to remember what that is?
That was a couple years ago that we got that number, and it was in between 350, 375, somewhere in there, 1,000.
1,000. Okay, so do we even have, well, we have that in our capital, our reserve, our capital reserve fund, don't we, if we chose to do that?
Ooh, that would need to be approved by the Board of Supervisors.
Right. But wait a minute, if we do have the preschool, you said the playground would be,
Plan would now is the playground would be in the courtyard area, and that we would work around the cottage and make that a
pavilion.
open space, right, for students as well.
I'm ignorant right now because I'm so new. I just want to affirm what you guys really think, so just kidding. I'm told by Bill Cox, who's District 4 Supervisor, obviously, that we have money in our account that we have access to that would do the demolition. Is that true or not true?
Well, that's the capital reserve.
We have, if the estimate that we received is correct, we have the money to demolish it, but we can't use that money without it being approved by the Board of Supervisors for what use.
Okay, then I must have misunderstood him. The way I thought he was talking, this is a month or so ago, it's our money to use as our own discretion, so that's not the case. We would have to get supervisor approval for it.
We have two projects, the repaving and the fire pump replacement at the high school that are awaiting approval from the Board of Supervisors right now for money, $80,000 that we spent on one and $70,000 or $60,000 we spent on the other. So anytime we use the Capital Maintenance Reserve Fund, it has to be approved by the Board of Supervisors.
Okay, perhaps I misunderstood him then.
Madam Chair,
Ms. Sayers?
just because seem to be at a place where we're not really in agreement with the Board of Supervisors' recommendation or our recommendation, is there any way that we can approve everything, the transfer of everything with the exception of 2632, and continue to have discussions with the Board of Supervisors and ourselves? I mean, can we make this a motion for this resolution to include everything but 2632?
So you're saying the
I mean,
gym and
Is
the,
it all or nothing, is guess what I'm asking?
okay. Would Mr. Smithers know that answer? Mr. Smithers, would you please come back up?
It's
That's the buildings.
the building. If they transferred the other property other than that parcel, would that
Sure.
get you closer to where you want to be?
I mean, it sure does. I mean, it's part of our goal to get the entire property. 2632 is, if it was left out, would be a step forward, so, as far as us getting the rest of the property.
So, but the rest of the property means that where the gym is and the cafeteria?
The land.
The
I'm
area,
sorry?
the area in blue that you see circling the ball fields and the power lines in the back, would, which is 26-7A and 26-41B,
This here?
and part of 2641A.
This is where the buildings are.
Right.
A, B, and D are.
Everything other than that.
Other than that.
Everything other than 2632.
And that's
Excuse me,
what we were,
everything other than it,
B and D?
The western part of 2632. Because I think the gym actually is in 2632 also, to use 2632 as a whole. It would include the gym, but the western part, as described, I think what building is that, B and D?
Why are those listed with the same number?
As far as the lot number,
Uh-huh.
it's just one big tax map that the school used to be located on. I mean, it's located on multiple tax map numbers. 2632 was the entire Anderson Highway side.
So we could add to the recommendation, and all of parcel 2632, less and except for the buildings being used by the Powhatan County School Board described as C Hall, D Hall, E Hall, administrative offices, and eastern residual parking lot as surplus property. That'd be right, Dr. Tibbs?
That sounds like a plan. How time sensitive is this? I mean, is it something that we need to do tonight? Sounds like there are a lot of questions that are not answered, or there are a lot of questions. Would it be, a way forward to table it and then to have 2 members of our board, and 2 members of the Board of Supervisors, plus Dr. Jones and Mr. Smithers sit down and work through all these questions? I hesitate to bring it back to a joint meeting because you've got 10 people or 11, 12 people that want to talk. It takes so long for us all, for that to happen.
Well, what if we did do that and it was the only thing on the agenda to discuss?
In January.
Yeah, in January. The joint meeting was postponed to January. What if we just discussed this item only?
Once again,
I know it's a
there
lot of people,
are not many
Mr.
committees
Cole,
that
but
work
I
very
just,
efficiently when there are 12 people involved.
I agree.
Yeah,
But
so-
what if I
so-
don't say, if I'm there and I don't say what Ms. Ayers thought of and, or,
Well, I think what we could do is the committee could meet. They could come back and say, here's the information we've got. The people that are not on the committee could come back and say, okay, here's some questions I want to have answered. And we could try to get that done that way. And certainly I'm not saying we could never just do it in a big meeting. I'm just saying it might be more time effective and make more sense for people, for a smaller group that's got, to sit down and talk about it. We've done that before with some other things. We've had 2 board members, we've done it before with some other things. I just, like I say, I'm just trying to move this along as quickly as we can and get our questions answered as quickly as we can. And we can go, hopefully we can get this done fairly quickly.
all right, what does the rest of the board think? Does anybody want to volunteer?
Well, I think one member ought to be you, Madam Chair.
I will. All right. Ms. Smith and I will meet with Dr. Jones and Mr. Smithers and 2 of their board members. And when is our first meeting in January? Can we do it?
School board meeting?
Yeah. Can we do it the week before?
12th. Sure, we can do it before. 8 years and counting.
I know. Well, I hear you. I want to get rid of it too. But what if, there's too many ifs that you guys have brought up just now. And then, what if we decide, if we did keep it and we did knock the buildings down, how big is that? Is that enough to have an annex for Pocahontas Elementary to rebuild, or, we're talking 10 years, we said, before we would need to build a school.
It's enough now for, I don't know how many classrooms are there off the top of my head, maybe 20 classrooms. So certainly it's 15 or 20 classrooms. It's big enough to do something We just would then have to have the money to do it, and not just knock it down, but then build something in its place.
Have a lot of trailers sitting there.
Or have a lot of very expensive trailers put in there.
Yeah, we could,
Maybe the Board of Supervisors, Madam Chair, will help us figure all that out.
well, I think we can go back to the figures we got from the Architectural Review Committee a few years ago and get some idea of what it would cost. You know, you can kind of break, you know, they gave us an estimate of what it would cost to renovate this entire building back then. You know, we could kind of divide a third, you know, whatever percentage that is off of there and get some ballpark estimate, plus whatever the inflation has been on buildings at this point to get an idea of what it would cost to renovate that building. You know, I think, yeah, my personal opinion is it's going to be too expensive to renovate.
Well,
Well, that's what I thought we
That's what we
said in
decided when we-
2014
yeah.
or 2015.
Yeah.
That's why we left.
Yeah, that's the reason we built the new middle school, was because it was too expensive to renovate this building.
Right.
But for students, one thing to renovate it for us, it's an entirely different thing to renovate it, bring it up to code for whatever age students you're going to put in there. So, you know, I hear you, Ms. Smith, but I've got my doubts as to whether we could afford it. And once again, the Board of Supervisors have to approve it. And I can hear the argument now where y'all said 10 years ago it was too expensive to renovate, now you want to renovate it. So,
Well, we've done that already, though. That's why we're sitting in it right now. So I don't think that'll surprise them. I don't really think it'll surprise them.
All right, so are we tabling this approval?
Yes.
Sounds like it.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so do we need to take it off, or do we just say,
We're just tabling it till
till the January meeting?
the January meeting, and hopefully we can have a meeting to answer some of these questions and resolve them, and then the board can determine whether to approve it or not.
Okay, everybody's in agreement to that?
Do we need a motion to table it?
Do we need
Do we need a motion to table it, Madam Clerk? All right, who would like to make the motion to table it to the January meeting?
Madam Chair,
Ms. Smith?
I'd like to make a motion to table this.
I will second it, but then you've got to make the motion to reconsider it when we bring it back up. Since you made the motion to table, you're the only one that can make the motion to bring it back.
A lot of power.
So you better be here, is what he's saying.
I don't have any plans to go anywhere, but that's fine.
All right, so we have a motion and a second. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, next item is the budget calendar we presented last month. We added the 2 all-day workshops, budget workshops on February 16th and the 23rd, and we're looking for approval for the budget calendar.
All right. Any discussion on the budget calendar? I see we have the 2 dates for the 2 full-day workshops to go over the budget line by line added. Do we have a date yet? Why Mr. Smithers is here? Does he have a date yet for us for the meeting? But I guess that can be done later. All right. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Do we have a second? Second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. Motion passes 5-0. Next item, please.
Next item is to consider approval for advisory committees. I'd like to approve Melissa Nicholson to join the Gifted Advisory Committee.
All right, do we have a motion?
I move we accept. Sorry.
Okay, Ms. Ayers.
That recommendation.
Motion, do we have a second? Ms. Smith, you want to second it?
Yes, that's fine.
All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. Okay, motion passes 5-0. Next.
Next item is recommend approval of this contract agreement with IAS, Inc. to provide speech services to our students.
All right, do we have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. Motion passes 5-0. Next.
Next is to recommend the school board approves the annual interagency agreement with the Department for the Blind and Vision Impaired.
All right, do we have a motion?
Second.
Any discussion? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. Motion passes 5-0. All right, now we're on to items for discussion. All right, the first item, the school board attorneys. I had put this on the agenda for two reasons. One was to talk about having an attorney at our meetings. I did speak with our attorney, and he said that it could be something that we just start until we are getting the hang of things, so to speak, and then stop. I did ask about the question we had with the public comment, and people at the podium are allowed to say employees, teachers, staff, employees' names. So I think that it's a good idea that we have an attorney on our at our meetings so that we can get these kinds of things clarified and know that we're doing the right thing. So that was the first item, and then the second one is I would like to propose that we use one firm for all our needs and not two. It gets very confusing as to who we're talking to. So those were the two things I wanted to discuss.
Madam Chair,
Ms. Ayers?
what, just an estimate, I would like an estimate of what that would cost to have attorneys at all of our meetings. And would that include the workshop, which would mean that it would be a 7-hour meeting at $285, $300 an hour, not including their travel time to and from Powhatan. So before I make any decision on that, I would like a cost estimate of what that is going to cost. The other question that I have with using only one set of attorneys, Dr. Jones, isn't one set predominantly for sped cases and the other one is a general education attorney?
That's correct. A little history, both of those used to work for one law firm. That law firm kind of split up. And so we use general counsel for personnel items, policy, those types of questions with one firm, and now another firm for special ed. The attorneys with the special ed side or with a comprehensive firm that could provide comprehensive services, if that's the way the board wants to go. They work with other school divisions around the state, Sans Anderson. We'd still be working with different attorneys on different topics because the attorneys have other areas of expertise. But if the board wanted to move to one law firm, then that would be the best route to go in my estimation.
Madam Chair,
Ms. Smith?
does this particular law firm have attorneys that would take on our board so that they would come at each meeting versus being billed hourly to be more cost,
Not the current forms, not the current firms that we use.
not the current, they always charge hourly?
Yeah, the only boards that have an attorney come and sit in their meetings all the time are ones that have a attorney on staff.
Okay. Would that be more affordable?
No, because you would still be paying somebody to do the other side of the legal house. We need to have somebody that has special ed expertise. It's very specific. We don't want to leave those attorneys that we're with because they have history with a lot of our families that we work with and our staff, so we'd like to stay with them. But we also need somebody that would be able to help us with other issues related to employment, legal issues, workplace policy, those types of things. Student cases, student discipline that aren't special ed, we would typically have another attorney for that. I did have conversation years ago with Goochland about splitting a general counsel and having one that was part-time here and part-time in Goochland. When we looked at the cost, it would cost us more to have a part-time attorney that would do just that part of it than what we currently spend for attorneys. Yeah.
The reason I'm bringing this up is because we need to be proactive here instead of making mistakes and then, having to it may cost us more at the beginning, but until we get some of these things straightened out, I think it would be money well spent.
Can we see numbers, Madam Chair? Could we gather some numbers?
Okay, what kind of numbers do we want to gather?
For an attorney to do just what you're asking them to do? To be available?
To come to the meetings.
To be available or at the meetings or at some of our meetings? Maybe that would determine whether, according to our agenda, as to whether or not we would be needing an attorney to come.
Mm-hmm.
That could get pretty expensive. So it's not we don't have the option of doing like the county does and have an attorney at our meetings.
We could hire a full-time attorney that would be at our beck and call if we wanted to.
So we got to have the money to do that, Dr.
Exactly.
Jones.
Mm-hmm. 'Cause we've got a lot of policies outdated, as we learned this year.
Madam Chair, I like the idea of having things under one umbrella. Dr. Jones, do you think there would be any sort of discount since we're shopping at the same store?
They may give us an initial, 1-year discount
Yeah.
to get us on board, but then usually they would, the agreement we serve with them is 1 year. So we could reach out to them and see what it would cost to bring everything under that one umbrella.
Yeah. Sam's Anderson would be your recommendation? They can handle all of our legal
Yeah.
questions?
Stacy Haney and her partners, at least last time I checked, don't have a special education focus. They're really just the workplace and student cases and personnel and policy side, so that would be our best option.
Okay.
What we have to remember is that this will be in addition to the legal fees that we're going to incur for special education and the legal fees we're going to incur that are going to occur when the lawyer has to work on something beyond our meetings. So you basically would take what we're currently spending to a large degree, maybe a little bit less, and add that to the cost of having an attorney sitting here at our meetings when we have a meeting. So it may reduce that amount a little bit because he could answer some questions that we call him up for. But if they've got to do work on a student case, like when a teacher files a grievance or when there's a contract dispute of some sort, or when we're talking about dealing with the student case and when we want to know what we can and can't do with the student, or in the case of dealing with land like we were just talking about. And those things can't be done while we're sitting in here. They're the things that attorneys research and come back with an opinion on. So we just need to keep that in mind. So if you take our current figure, what we spend on legal fees, and maybe knock it down 20, 25%, and then add back whatever you're going to do, to have one sitting here with us each night. And I'm not saying this because I want to be critical of anybody, but it's incumbent on us as school board members too, to try to learn as much about school law as we can. Because then some of the questions we can probably answer for ourselves, the more versed we become in school law. It's difficult, we at least need to have some rudimentary understanding of the law, so that we know the right questions to ask, and we know questions we shouldn't ask because we know it's either legal or illegal to begin with. So Madam Chair, what I hear people saying is that we want numbers about what it would cost us. And once we get those numbers, it can go into the budget discussion, because you're going to have to make some decisions about, dollars as you get into budget discussion and where you want to spend your money.
Mm-hmm. All right, so do we want them to come and give the presentation? That would be done free of charge, I was told.
And the presentation would include the fees, like $2,500 a meeting minimum?
Well, we could ask for a presentation, we could ask for a, for the fees, is that what you're at? You want to know the fees for meetings? You want to know the
Rates that
rates
you
for
would be paying.
both special ed and adding regular console? Is that what
Yep.
you call it, regular?
Yeah.
Okay. So rates for regular console to add to the special ed. All right. Any other questions?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I would just say one thing, if it's information that we're getting from them, or it is part of a presentation, if that's the way the board goes, but I think it'd be good to know how many counties or school boards they serve and what the turnaround time is for getting information and answers to questions. Right now, both of our attorneys are very responsive, and when we need an answer, we can get it fairly quickly. So I think that's an important, sometimes it's time-sensitive manners issues, and so we'd just like to make sure we still have that available to us if we make a move.
So it's how many attorneys and what the turnaround time is?
Right. How many counties they serve, so what's
Oh,
their
I'm
workload?
sorry, how many?
School boards do they represent?
All right.
And then what is the typical turnaround for general questions? Response time.
Okay. All right, anything else? All right, let's move on to the next item then. Student discipline concerns. I've put this on the agenda because as we've heard tonight, we keep hearing the N-word being used in our schools. We keep hearing about kids, teachers not being safe. So I felt it was time that we address these items. So where do we want to start? I myself am just very, very surprised that we are, still using the N-word. It's 2021, and, I know you say kids are kids, but this is unacceptable, and we need to do something different, because it doesn't seem to be working. I've heard from some constituents that it's the students are not caught saying it, that they need proof, that another student has said it. And so maybe we'll start with that, Dr. Jones. Could you explain, say somebody is in the high school and has used the N-word, and a student then would do what if somebody called them the N-word?
A student, either the student who was the victim or any observer, witness to that, would tell any adult, and the adult should report it to the administration. Administration will then do an investigation that would include interviewing the students. And if we find that there is a reasonable certainty that it was done, or at least that we have an idea that it was said based on witness statements or other indicators, then we would take discipline action against that student. For the last several years, anybody who's using a slur, especially a racial slur, would be suspended out of school. And they would also be counseling involved, discussion with parents, those types of things. So we have seen some uncharacteristic behaviors of our students this year since we've returned to school for all the reasons that we've discussed repeatedly. Some of them we heard in our student liaisons report. We have not seen an increase, a large increase at all, in documented racial slurs. I've had conversations with parents, with staff, with students. We need to know when this happens. When we do know, we take action. And even if we aren't able to confirm it, if we do know it, then we're still going to talk to the students involved, provide them with a explanation about how it's hurtful, how it's wrong, what the ramifications are, so that they know that even if they weren't caught this time, they still get the counseling and feedback that we won't tolerate it moving forward. And that's the same with homophobic slurs or any type of slur. So we need to know when it's happening. There are lines of communication. We have people that report it on Silence Hurts. We investigate those even though they're anonymous. And certainly if there are adults that hear it, then the adults should be reporting it and taking action. It shouldn't be anything that they overlook. And if that's happening, then we need to work with the adults that are present and deal with them for not following through on their professional responsibilities. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, yes, what I don't understand is the part about, some of the comments were, well, you know, it happened when I was in middle school and now I'm in high school. How can we say that's it? You know, starting tomorrow, 8 o'clock, when the bell rings, you know, it's gonna be different. It's gonna be this way every single day in every single one of our schools.
I don't think we're going to stop it overnight. It's going to take a lot of work and concerted effort and showing that it's not tolerated. Obviously, some behaviors are exhibited by adults recently that feed into it. I think there are some stress and tension and mental wellness issues that have crept in and that are affecting all of us, including our students, and that's certainly played a role in it. But, you know, we have lessons on anti-bullying. We have lessons on how to be nice to each other and how to treat each other with respect. That's why social emotional learning and the other lessons that we do are so important, because schools are places where we raise good citizens. And that's part of our job, is to teach students how to be kind to one another and how to work with one another and how to get along despite any differences they may have, realizing that they have far more similarities. So we will continue to do that. We haven't stopped doing that. We, in fact, are doing it even more based on the feedback that we've gotten on student behaviors.
Dr. Jones, if I could. You just mentioned some adults have had bad behavior. What do you mean by that? Is there teachers that have?
No, I'm just talking about adult behavior that people see in media.
Okay, so you're not speaking of in the
Oh,
school
no,
setting.
I'm not talking
Okay.
about our staff, no.
Okay. One of the comments that was made tonight, and of course it's a claim, that we've done social emotional learning type things for decades, and there's seemingly no change. It seems to be a change in the way we discipline though. So when misbehavior takes place, maybe it's using the N-word or something like that, that student's probably suspended, correct?
Correct.
He or she. And classwork is able to be made up during that time?
It is.
So how is that a true discipline if there's no lasting consequences on the backside of that? To me, it would seem like a 3-day vacation with you got to do some makeup work or some virtual stuff.
Well, I mean, if my child ever came home with a 3-day
True,
suspension, then
yes.
they wouldn't see it as a vacation, so.
Hopefully parents step in, but we all know that sometimes parents don't step in that situation. And so in that child's discipline, it would seem to me to be more of a break from school, still able to do the work, and there's no lasting consequence. Do you think that if we changed the discipline approach and made it where if you get suspended, you get zeros for the work missed, and that follows you the rest of the year, and you get to the end of the year and you've misbehaved so much that your grade suffered, you're repeating the grade again. It seems to me, and I'm just looking maybe out from an outside perspective, that we've taken the focus off being really, really strong in the discipline and maybe given them a little bit more of a hand slap when we could have lasting effect by.
As long as I've been in education, when students have been suspended, they've always been able to make up work. So for 30 years, they've been able, that hasn't changed. I don't know what changes you're referring to. Students suspended out of school, they have the opportunity to make up work, has been around forever.
I'm not a career educator, so I'm
Okay.
trying to learn here, but
Yep,
I just, going back to my own experiences,
yep.
kids that I knew got ISS or suspended or whatever it was called back then, from all I understood, they never were able to make that work up. And that, to me, seems like a real strong discipline rather than the other.
I think there's been some legislation passed in the last 5 or 6 years that basically we have to provide makeup work for them now when they're out of school.
So we have
suspended.
no
If it's
true
a short-term
discipline option.
suspension, yeah, I think, I can go back and check, but it seems to me sometime in the
Yeah, there's
last one.
some legislation related to that, but to me, it's almost more of a discipline that they have to make up their work. If a student doesn't care about not being at school, they're also going to be happy they don't have to make up their work. Even if it punishes them, if it counts against them, they may not care. Having to make up the work that they missed gives them something to do when they're out, and also allows them to stay up on their classwork. So I don't know that it's no discipline. And I think that what we have seen is that the consequence is important, but what we do on the front end in terms of teaching students and setting expectations for students and demonstrating how they should act with one another is more important in terms of changing behavior. So we certainly assign consequences, and we can look at what our consequences are, but
So like the rest and reflect, is that only at the middle school or is that high school as well?
I think it's just middle school.
So the way that works, from my understanding, just talking to a few teachers, if a child disrupts in a class, they get sent to R&R, they go to a certain room, right? And then they're supposed to reflect on what they did, write maybe a paragraph or something about it, talk with, I think and believe, administrator, and then they go back to the room, and that's about a 15-minute process. Is that always happening?
I'm going to ask Dr. Martin to come up and speak to that since she's here.
Please do, Dr. Martin. Welcome.
Thank you. So yes, that is the process as you described. The students also call their parents to explain why they were out of class
Okay.
with the administrator.
Okay.
And that's for very minor offenses, right?
Yes, minor
classroom
disruptions
and
to the learning environment.
disruptions.
And those are closely tracked, so if it becomes a repeated offense, then it moves to further disciplinary action.
Okay. And in every single case, all of those parameters takes place?
I can't speak to every single case. There might be a time where the parent call is done after, if there's not, may not be possible for the student to call the parent right away, so maybe the parent's call, but a parent is notified anytime a student is out of class. The student goes through a process before they're able to return to class at all.
And so calling their parents does seem to be a decent deterrent?
Yes.
Okay. What I've heard is, and I'm not trying to put you on the spot, I'm just trying to understand this more, so don't take it that way. But what I've heard is some students might view it as an opportunity to get out of class because the discipline is not as strong as we would maybe want it to be, or maybe their parents don't care that much, or I don't know the parameters
They may,
around
yes.
that.
So students, looking at student behavior, we look at a variety of reasons. Students may be trying to escape. And they may be trying to get out of class for a variety of reasons. So what we do is that's why we look at the data for, is it certain classes? Is it time of day? For this student, is it multiple times? Because you can't come out, continue to use that multiple times as an escape. You run into the next step of disciplinary action once you've had so many times that you're interrupting the learning environment. Even if it's a minor, those add up and you don't have a right to interrupt the learning of others. So then it goes to the next step.
So how fast does it ramp up? Is there a certain number of times you get
The
sent to RR?
third visit.
Third visit?
The third visit, it goes to a referral for disruption in the learning environment, and then it moves into consequences from there.
Okay. Good. Just curious.
Well, something one of the speakers said about the football players, the captain of the football team, was, I don't know if it was a slur or the N-word, whatever it was, that was unacceptable. I thought that if you are an athlete on a team, that you sign, I know you do, because I've had to sign, along with my son, that you will have good character, you will, be kind, whatever the things are. He had to sign it, I had to sign it. So isn't that for every sport?
It is.
So then, why were those players allowed to continue?
I can't speak to an incident where I don't have the details on. I will say that letter that was read was a student that I met with and talked to for a good long time about several concerns.
Okay.
That one was not shared with me, so that's the first I've heard that. There was an incident that allegedly occurred this football season during an away game at Manchester. And we got an email from somebody who wasn't there, but that heard that our players had used the N-word towards some Manchester players. We investigated that, including talking to the officials who worked the game, the Manchester administration. They talked to the Manchester coaches. Nobody reported hearing anything. Our coaches didn't hear anything. So we fully investigated that, even though it was a secondhand report. And if there are other reports that we receive, we will investigate them fully and take appropriate action if we find that there was something that actually occurred.
So the urgency is when something happens, it needs to be reported right away. It sounds like people are not reporting them right away, if that's the case. So if a parent were to come, if a child comes home from school and that day says to their parent, so-and-so said the N-word today to me, or, whatever it is, then, if they're a younger child, then I would think that the parent would call the teacher and get it addressed right away, so it's taken care of. Now, an older student, I would hope, we need parents to encourage them to tell an adult in middle school and high school right when it happens, so that it can be dealt with.
Yes, ma'am. I would agree with all of that. That would be helpful and would help us, and I know that, sometimes people are fearful and they don't want to, but if they want us to address this after it's said, then, and we are doing things to address it before these things are said by trying to teach good behaviors and model good behaviors, but we need to know about the incident so that we can address it. And we will do everything we can to investigate it, confirm it, and then take appropriate action.
So the word is to pass it out that if something happens, to report it right away to an adult. It breaks my heart to hear that somebody's had something happen in middle school and now they're in high school and it still bothers them. This has got to stop. And I call one of your school board members. If you feel like you're not getting through to the teacher or the administrator at the school, then you need to call one of us. But
Call the school administration first.
exactly, and let them know right away. It's got to be done right away.
And Madam Chair, I'm happy to meet with, and the school administration at any school is happy to meet with any student that has ideas or wants to share more information. I'm available to do that at any time. It breaks my heart as well to hear what we heard this evening. I don't want that to happen to any student. I think that Powhatan is better than that, and that we shouldn't have that type of language. And we will do everything we can to prevent it from happening. We still are working with our equity and diversity teams at schools. We're still doing social emotional learning. We haven't rolled back anything in terms of our efforts to serve all students and to respect all students. So we will continue to do that, and we will continue to listen to our students, and when they're an issue, we'll address it.
Right. Did anybody else have any other discipline? Of course, not just the N word. I hear that a lot from my constituents, but I know the LGBTQ community is just as well, that they should not be hearing any kind of slurring. Any other board member?
Madam Chair, I just.
Mr. Cole?
I think all of us feel great empathy and sadness about some of the comments that were made tonight in regards to things being said to minority students, whether minority because of race or minority because of sexual orientation. And I'm sure that our school administrators feel great frustration when something is reported to them and they cannot discipline a student because they don't have enough to go on to absolutely prove it. You know, in a disciplinary situation, you've got the person that's making the accusation that something that's happened. You've got the person that supposedly did it. And you have to give both of them due process, and you have to listen to both sides. And, you know, as much as an administrator might believe that it happened, if you don't have the evidence that you can then present to the parent of the person that supposedly said it, then you really can't move forward. And it is very, very frustrating. And I think communication is huge. You know, report it when it happens, and then, you know, and that's the best way for us to deal with it as soon as it's possible. The other thing is that you know, we have to remember that our students have been basically without a lot of adult guidance for the last 18 months. You know, they were in our building for, you know, 10 hours a day, 10 hours a week last year. The year before that, they weren't in their building for 4 months. You know, so that lack of adult guidance is showing in a lot of different ways. You know, and we were at the VSBA meeting a couple weeks ago. You know, I heard that from other board members too, that disciplinary incidents were up in their divisions. And, you know, we know it's there, and we know that creating a culture of respect, and that's basically what we're talking about here, is respect for everybody, respect for them regardless of whether we agree with them, regardless of whether we have the same color skin, regardless of whether we have the same sexual orientation. It takes a village to do that. The part of that village is in the school environment. And it's something you have to work on every day, every second of every day. Your staff has to be, has to be committed to that, but it also, there's some responsibility from the community. You know, we've heard a number of times that we have good parents, and we do have good parents. But as Dr. Taylor mentioned a minute ago, we have parents that are not as engaged as they probably should be, and they may have good reasons for not being, but it takes all of us. So as a community, not just as a school system, as a community, we need to be saying that using that type of language in public is not appropriate. And it's going to take, it's a battle. And you know, I don't know, you know, like I say, a couple of speakers tonight said we were backsliding. And I don't think we're doing anything intentional to backslide. I think, you listen to Dr. Jones, you know, I think our staff is as vigilant as it can be, and they're working hard at it. But obviously, you know, we're not getting some things done. And so I'll second Dr. Jones's invitation. If somebody's got an idea, if there's something that we can do to improve on this, I want to do it. You know, what's most troubling to me is when somebody comes and says, you know, somebody said, used a racial slur, somebody made a disrespectful remark, and there was a teacher right there, and they didn't see it, or they didn't hear it. You know, that's what's most troubling to me is, and sometimes when we investigate that, you know, the teacher, we go back and ask the teacher, did you hear anything? And for whatever reason, that, you know, sometimes they say, no, I didn't hear anything. And you know, the old thing about the eyes in the back of the head, I'm not sure you have ears in the back of your head all the time, but nonetheless, I know they're trying to be vigilant, and I think we just continue emphasizing to our staff, this is a point of emphasis. We need to be on top of this. But I do want to thank all those speakers that came and talked to us tonight. And, you know, keep the pressure on us because it's something that we need to continue to pay close attention to.
Well, I think when you said the evidence, I don't know if a lot of parents and students have heard this part, because I know I just heard it from Dr. Jones at a meeting the other day, and that is, even if there isn't enough evidence, Dr. Jones said that they will be called in and say that this has been, how did you word that? This is, an allegation has, would you explain that? An allegation, we have heard that you said such and such. So tell them how you worded that whole conversation.
I mean, that's how it, and just that they will be brought, as part of the investigation, if there's an allegation made, that student will be brought in and interviewed, questioned. And as part of that questioning, the administrator will talk to the student about, okay, you didn't say this, but you understand how this could have been hurtful, and did they hear you say something else? But part of it's a teaching moment about how hurtful a comment can be, which even if the student said it and there's not proof to say it, they still are brought in and questioned and know that, you know, that's going to be recorded, and that's important.
And then their parent is called to say that this was the allegation.
Yeah, I mean, we would always call a parent if we bring a student in to question them and an allegation's made, because we want the parent to know what the outcome was.
So that's important, I think. Anyone else?
I would just like to.
Ms. Ayers?
I guess my question is, the school is not the end-all, be-all to discipline. At what point in time do we demand that parents, can we demand that parents get involved? Can we say if your child has an offense for slurs or abusing someone or bullying, can we say that you have to come in for your child to come back to school and talk to an administrator? Or can we make them participate in classes on
Like with drug abuse?
Yeah, exactly.
We haven't done classes per se, but certainly, yeah, we can force parents to be involved and come in order for their child to come back to school, or as part of we do student success plans where we bring students in that have habitual issues or a pattern of behavior, and that's part of the ratcheting up of discipline. It's not just throwing them out of school longer, it's what can we do to support you and change this behavior? And it may be getting your parent involved, it may be going to some counseling, it may be working with a group at the school. So there's other things that we can look to do as well.
To me, that's the key. We have to have the parents buy in to how harmful this is and how it makes other children feel. I know how parents feel about their own children and, oh, it's just no, it's not just a thing. It's not just, if your child does that as a parent, you need to take control of that situation and make it better. So any way we can contribute to giving the parents the skills to discipline their children, to me, that's the key. Parents have got to be the ones that take the reins.
And because when we discipline, when you come, with cigarettes or these days vapes, drugs, you're out. Okay, so what we heard tonight is enough. Words are hurting, and we need to ratchet up some notches to say that this is just as important. And the other thing I was going to say, with, as far as discipline goes, and you brought that up about drugs, usually, what is it, if you have drug rehabilitation, if you are. Substance abuse training, right. All right, well, I have asked Sergeant Kelly if he would come to our meeting tonight, and we've been hearing a lot about dab pens, and vapes, and I personally, myself, don't know what a dab pen looks like, and I imagine there's a lot of parents out there that might not know as well, and so this is a little education for the board as well as for those at home, because I think it's important that we learn about these things to keep. Okay, you're welcome. You're welcome. Sergeant Kelly, welcome.
Thank you. Sergeant Kelly, Powhatan Sheriff's Department, assigned to the SRO division. I've been the SRO at the high school for a little while, not too long. But anyway, it's late. We're all tired. And I think Ms. Wojcicki and I discussed a little bit earlier that we may do a more involved display, talk about these, It's always changing. We have the vapes. Vapes use nicotine juices, okay? There's endless different styles, but they can only do nicotine. Now, they sell different charges or amount of nicotine, like a cigarette may have whatever it may be, the milligram. Well, you can get the juice as strong as you pretty much want it to get a better charge out of the nicotine. They come, and it's in the sealed bag. This is a very small amount of selection, but these are different styles that we see. And if you look at the mouthpiece on the ends, the black piece, and just look at them, because the way you can tell as of right now, because they're always changing from the dab pens. Well, vapes, the dab pens, they are different because they are used to smoke the THC oil, marijuana. There's not enough total research, and it's not regulated, but you have to have different chemicals to cut that THC oil. It's a lot of times they mix it with butane. The dab pens they burn hotter. What you will see, it's kind of hard to see in there, but you will see the material in them is much, much thicker than your vape juice or your nicotine juice. So the device has to burn hotter in order to break it down, in order to inhale it. Now, they're all cross, but the last notes I've had, and from the state lab, they were reading about 98% THC, okay, in a hit. A joint, smoking a bowl, is 15 to 18%. So if you're used to smoking, weed, the green stuff that we're all normally seeing or, have heard, these are a much, much stronger hit. So part of the problem, and I'd say it is, if I bring it to school or wherever, you're not used to it, but I share it with you because you may have used regular, and I hit that. We've had some kids get very sick. And there's a misconception, and I will say, YouTube or not, in Powhatan, it is not the case. But the big push has been keeping children from the classroom to courtroom pipeline. That police are there to arrest all these kids, and I will say on behalf of all the SROs you have in Powhatan, that has never been the case. Every kid I've ever charged comes into my office and talks to me ever since I charged them, and now we're buddies. Okay, so if they are intimidated, so it's not that. So when we do charge, it's not, oh, we're charging to get these kids in the courtroom and get them locked up, because that's not what happens with juveniles anywhere in the state of Virginia, but especially out here. The vapes, we have, if you go in the bathroom, and myself, you go in there sometimes, and it's not as bad, but you got there's vape smell everywhere. It smells like strawberries because they're all different fruity flavors. Well, majority of kids don't want to walk into the bathroom and have to smell that. So that's why, what can we do, myself as law enforcement, what can we do? It's not a criminal act, it's a civil penalty if they even go to the judge. But, Ms. Wojcicki, we have talked, and the same gonna go with the dab pens. If they're charged, it is a Class 2 misdemeanor to have a dab pen in school, okay? A lot of the kids are like, oh, marijuana's legal now, blah, blah, blah. Not for your age, not in school, not in certain things, okay? It's a Class 2 misdemeanor. But when we charge this, they're getting charged. But it ties into what you're saying. It's going to the JPO. She can choose, if they don't have history, diversion, which keeps them totally out in front of the judge. Depending on what it is, she could do a petition, which would bring them in front of the judge. 99.9% of the times, the kids are going to get diversion. Part of that program, and Ms. Wojcicki has been in touch with the JPO, we all have, we're all on the same page. They go there, they get more counseling along with what the school provides, mandated. Parents have to come in. That's where you were talking about, hey, can we hold parents, if it's inconvenient for the parent to come in, maybe they'll be a little bit stronger than the child. JPO requires that. Parents, both of them, not one, both of them, taking off time from work, coming in, then they're held accountable. They might get community service or whatever, it's whatever programs, there's all kinds of options that are out there. But it holds them accountable for their actions. Because if they don't comply, then, and even the judge, she's not going to lock them up. But then it brings in, the judge says, why aren't you listening to me? So they have multiple opportunities to learn from this. And I will say, there are several kids come in my office, oh yeah, I don't bring my dab pen back to school since you charged me last year or whatever. Why? Because it was an extreme inconvenience. It wasn't a slap on the wrist. They weren't going to prison, but they learned school's not the place for it, okay? That's my lecture on that.
Okay.
Hand these around.
Those are the dab pens.
These are the dab pens. There's several different styles, and this style here, I don't know if anybody, but the one here that looks like a vape, it is the new style. They have created it, and if you'll read the label, Baskin and Robbins. Okay? Most of those dab pens don't even smell like marijuana. I could hit one right here. If I hold it in long enough, no smoke comes out. You can't tell I'm smoking. This Baskin and Robbins one, it reeks like you're, but there's always new styles, there's always new technology. They get smaller, they get bigger, so it's ever changing. But for the most part, you'll see the white tip, they're the cartridges. You buy them and you put them on your devices, like the silver one here. And if you turn the silver one, you'll see that it doesn't really move the liquid in there, and it's so thick.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any questions?
I got a question for you, Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
You mentioned that the legal process is deterring many of those students from bringing the dab pens back to school.
Yeah.
But from if I understood you correctly, it's not deterring them from not partaking of it. They're just not doing it at school. Is that correct?
That is correct from what I've heard. Yes, because I'm blessed and cursed, but I hear conversations that nobody, and then I'm like, if y'all forgetting who you're talking to, I'm grateful that they feel comfortable,
Yeah.
but I don't have that knowledge. The board doesn't, but maybe as a community, yes, the JPO, the counselors that they send them to, hopefully, it'll give them that knowledge to say, look, these dab pens, and they can read it, maybe they have to write a paper on why it's bad. Okay, maybe they think it's good, but they need to research why. But because it is so many different chemicals, it's not regulated what they put in there, and then when they don't know,
Yeah.
it's heated up so hot and you're inhaling it, what the effects, long-term effects are. And kids originally, they're like, I don't really care. Some do. And that's the thing, some do. So.
Well, the way you're describing it, it's 4 to 5 times stronger than a regular joint.
That is correct.
So it's dangerous, extremely dangerous. So how do we get it across to the students that they should not even partake in this? Because, I guess literally you could die if something bad was to happen.
Yep.
If it affected a certain person in a certain way, there could be a
We've had
death.
students who went to the nurse and said, I think I'm dying.
Yeah.
Because they were not used to it and they took a hit off a friend, okay? Again, that's kind of out of my realm. I'll sit there and I'll tell them, and I'm like, I was like, look at this, read this, and you're kind of showing them. But you don't hear as much about like marijuana or the dab pens or heroin as you get pounded, shoved down your throat for years. Like cigarettes are horrible for you. It's on TV, it's everywhere, and I don't know why. Maybe it's because it's being accepted, it's more norm, it's now, legal. That, sir, doctor, I cannot answer that question for you.
Do you think it's an entry-level drug to other things, since this is so hard?
In some ways, yes.
Yeah.
And I also know that there are older students, kids, not students, because they're kids, that have shared that it's funny when they get their younger sibling high. Okay, this is a reality. And I sit there and just as shocked, because I have a child of my own, and you're like, how do you protect this?
Yeah.
So younger students are getting it from the older ones. And then, so I'm sure that then they will think, oh, it's cool. So how does a community fix it? I don't know for sure.
Goes back to the discipline issue we were talking about earlier. There has to be stronger consequences to deter the behavior. And hopefully through that shows them that this may not be the best course of action for me. I hope it doesn't take a tremendous illness to a student or death to get some of that across to somebody, but I fear it'll happen at some point.
And in other places, when you do research, children have, thank God we haven't experienced that in this county. But God forbid, I don't wish that, but yes, you're right. Somebody's going to see a friend somewhere like, oh my gosh, hey, this stuff is going to take that. I don't know what it is, but yeah, it is a concern, and that stuff is always changing. They always do models come out, new ways of doing it.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate what you do.
Any other questions?
Yeah. Anybody else have any more questions for Sergeant Kelly? All right. Thank you for coming and bringing your examples. We appreciate it. All right. Next, portraying school board chairperson. I believe, Ms. Ayers, that was your item?
I'm not sure what that means. I was asked by a couple of constituents, and it's actually.
Should be
what I-
rotating.
Yes, what I.
Rotating on the
It should be
agenda.
rotating.
Oh, it should say rotating
Yes,
school board
and it's
chairperson?
what I put out in my email to my fellow board members is the rotation of the school board chair.
It does say rotate.
And I just want to make it clear to everyone in the community, this has nothing to do with the people that are serving currently or have served as chair. I think we have excellent people that are doing an excellent job, Miss Email included. I'm sorry, I'm tired in my pronunciations, but you have, done a great job. My interest in this, and I did talk to Ms. Email about this several months ago when we were talking about chair and vice chair and people serving. It is an educational process. And with our board being elected at the same time, there is a potential that no members could come back reelected, or one member could come back. And I think it would be of value to train as many people as possible on this board to be chair and serve as vice chair. It doesn't give you any more authority, it gives you more responsibility, and it teaches you a lot of things. I have served as chair and vice chair on this board and other boards, and it does give you a different perspective, and it is a learning curve. So I was just suggesting that we maybe do what we did with the voting reps for VSBA, that Ms. Emal is now, and then it would go by district. District 1 would be chair, 2 would be vice chair. The next year, it would rotate after a year of being vice chair to being chair. And then it would just continue down, the districts. It's just a suggestion. We do this at Maggie Walker School Board. There's actually a 2-year rotation. But it is a valuable experience to have. And I'm sure Ms. Emal will confirm that there is a learning curve. Would you not? And that is a big responsibility.
Oh, well, most definitely. It took 6 months just to, get some policies changed, or realizing that the policies are outdated and getting them changed. So there's lots to learn.
So we vote on this in our January meeting. That's why I added it to this agenda, because I just think it's something to consider in an effort to train other board members.
Oh, go ahead.
Just go.
Okay, excuse me, Ms. Ayers. All right, we need to take a 5-minute break to use the restroom, so let's reconvene at 11:25 to finish up the conversation. Thank you. Okay, if we could have everybody get seated so we could finish up. All right, Ms. Ayers, you were discussing rotating school board chairperson. Oh, I see it's changed now.
That's all. I mean, that was the only, and I told Dr. Taylor that I brought it forward to this meeting just because when we come in January to our meeting, that Dr. Jones calls us to order, and we immediately reorganize, so we need to have I would think, and we can talk about it individually or online or whatever, but I think we need to have an idea anyway about if people think that's a good idea for a learning process, a service process, because it is more time for the person that's serving. And like I said, I think we have an excellent chair, and I think we've had excellent chairs serving in the past, but maybe this is something that will help our board move forward with elections in 2 years and training other people. That's all.
Any comments from the other board members? Mr. Cole?
My only drawback, I think it's a fine idea. I have no problem with it. Only drawback is that District 5 person might not make it to the chairmanship. If you go 4 years, then District 5 might not get there. Unless they're, assuming they may resign or may not run again, or they may not get reelected. So that's the only issue with it, I would say. But,
Well, and it also has to be, let's just take District 4, Dr. Taylor. He's with us, we know, until February, and then there's election. So we really can't elect him until we know, right? I'm using that as an example. And I know, Mr. Cole, you had mentioned when we were talking about the agenda, you weren't interested in making up the agenda. Well, that's part of being a chair. And so, I don't know. You gotta want to know what you're doing. You gotta want to do it.
Madam Chair.
Ms. Smith?
I think that it's a process to be chair, and it probably, in what I see, by your second year, you'd be really efficient maybe with it, or at least a little bit better. I think that trying to set us lock us down in this is how we have to do it, may just not work for this board. I think that we need to have the right leadership at the right time. I know personally I wouldn't feel like that I would be the right chairperson at this time because of just not having a real experience as a board member because of the COVID situation. Because I came on the board and then we practically shut down the schools. And so it is a learning process just to sit in this chair and to know what's going on and all the moving parts that are a part of a school system. So I just feel like we've selected a chair successfully and a vice chair in the manner in which we've always done it. And I think that trying to say that it's got to be in this order and this done this way could be detrimental to the effectiveness of the whole board. Just my 2 cents.
All right, any other comments? All right. Well, then I guess we can go on to the next item, comments by the board. Or, Mr. Cole, we'll start with you, District 1.
In deference to it being 11:31, I'm only going to say two things. One is thank you to everybody who's spoken tonight in public comment, and thank you to our staff for getting us to this point in the school year. That staff, all the way from our bus drivers, through our teachers, through the superintendent, and through everybody in between. Really do appreciate it, and I hope that each of them will have a very safe and restful holiday.
Just, thank you. Ms. Smith?
Yes. Well, behavior in our schools, and why are we in this mess? And what's brought our school system to this point? Well, to say we're not experiencing these upheavals by ourselves is, ours is the one that we have to take charge of and get a handle on. I'm not gonna sing like Miss Palmore, because y'all would really run out the door. But I do have a poem by L.R. Nost, and it is entitled, "Do Not Be Dismayed by the Brokenness in the World. All things break, all things can be mended. Not with time, as they say, but with intention. So go, love intentionally, extravagantly, unconditionally. The broken world waits in darkness for the light that is yours." To follow that with the cliche that became very often used was, "We are in this together." For the last year and a half, that's sort of something, a group of words that people fell on, but it has always been what makes the education system work. We need the support from the parents, the teachers, the staff, and all that are involved. We have to be intentional to correct inappropriate behaviors and inappropriate language that is being displayed. We seek to have an environment that is responsible, respectful, and safe. We have to strive to accomplish it. But let us make sure that we are all setting this proper example. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Ayers?
First of all, I know I made the announcement in the workshop, but I know some people weren't here. I apologize for missing the beginning of the meeting. My 7-year-old granddaughter was in her first musical called Musical, and it was at the high school, and I would not have missed that for all the love in the world, because it was amazing, and they were spectacular little children. The other thing, I'm sorry that I have, everything's all scribbled down. I guess really the other thing that I just want to say is for everyone to have a Merry Christmas and a happy and safe holiday, and to remember that love and family is the reason to celebrate. And I won't read it and I won't sing it, but there is a song that has touched my heart recently, and it's by King and Country, and it's called Relate. And that's all. Thank you.
All right, Dr. Taylor?
Well, I want to say thank you for everyone who spoke tonight. We always love to hear from our citizens, our constituents, and what's going on in the community, what's going on in our school systems when our teachers speak as well. So thank you for that, and showing us that there's issues that we needed to tackle. I think we do have a discipline problem. I say that not to cast stones at all at our school system, but I firmly believe you cannot fix what you don't recognize is broken and in need of repair. And so I think what we've seen here this evening and heard this evening, and even in other discussions in our meeting, is that there's a high level of disrespect being demonstrated toward others on all these different levels, and the words we use and actions we take. It's happening student to student, it's happening student to teacher. I've talked with teachers in recent days about the disrespect there. This behavior is ultimately, I believe, a heart problem. And so we need to address it at the heart level. I think that's what we're trying to strive to figure out a way to do that. That's a long and hard process. We all recognize that. During this process, I do believe strong discipline helps. It comes alongside to reinforce the importance of loving and respecting other people. And so strict consequences in that discipline is what comes alongside that, trying to get at the heart. And so I would just advocate that we make our discipline tougher. And I'd like to maybe open up a dialogue that's going to take some time and figure out how we can strengthen our discipline and come up with greater consequences that hopefully will deter the disrespect that we're seeing. So not casting stones at all. Deeply appreciate everything that's been said this evening. Just want us to do better and be better.
Thank you. Well, I have two things. I want to thank Ms. Reese-Smith for her mental health presentation. I think that took a lot of courage for her to share with us last month and then to follow through and give us her input. And so I hope that we will be keeping the dialogue open to her and the other students in our school district and start talking more about our mental health. I also want to thank all the speakers that came this evening. I know, we've got to do better, and I know we can do better. It is 2021, things that we heard tonight should not be said, and I hope that people will take us up, Dr. Jones up on, speaking with him, speaking with your principals, your teachers, and letting them know what's happening right when it happens, the students that are old enough to say something, because we've got to do better. And I just wanted to also mention that the legislative meeting we had with the Board of Supervisors, I did also add the mental health piece in for Senator Hashmi and Delegate Ware so that they could help us with more funding for that. All right, that's it. Dr. Jones.
Yeah, I just have a short letter to read. This afternoon, I sent a letter to PCPS staff announcing my retirement as superintendent of schools effective July 1st, 2022. After 9 years as a superintendent, it's time for me to embrace a new challenge, and I look forward to the next chapter of my career. These past 9 years have been the most rewarding ones of my 32-year career, and it's been an honor and a privilege to serve this community. Powhatan will always hold a special place in my heart after living here for 6 years and watching my daughter graduate from Powhatan High School and my son prosper as a Powhatan student at Maggie Walker. There will be time to thank the countless people who contributed to our many successes in PCPS, and I look forward to doing so personally. I will take a moment to thank all our PCPS staff for their hard work and dedication. They are the best staff imaginable, and I'm fortunate to be able to serve them. I hope that this community will continue supporting them and this school system. By any objective measure, it is one of the best in the state, especially when you factor in that our per pupil funding is in the bottom 16% of school divisions in Virginia. I would also like to thank all past and present school board members for their support. Rick Cole and Valerie Ayers are the only original board members to still be serving, and I'm thankful that I had the opportunity to work with them and the rest of the board members who have served during my tenure. I look forward to the remainder of this school year and will continue working hard to continue our tradition of excellence in educating each and every one of our students. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jones, and we wish you the best of luck in your next endeavor.
Thank you.
All right, next steps and follow-up. Let's just start with District 1. Do you have anything?
Just to see if we have a chance with the trail entrance into middle school.
The trail.
Yeah, we will.
All right. Ms. Smith?
I'm just going to ask that we continue to work towards getting bills and receipts to be more logically and efficiently laid out and in their explanation. And maybe also we need to think about, be intentional about educating our students when it comes to the harmful effects of the vaping and the, what you call that thing?
Dab pens.
The use of that dab pen. And then there was a "Don't drink and drive" slogan, and it was a picture of your brain on drugs, and it showed a fried egg sizzling. Maybe it's gonna take something like that to get our kids back into, oh, well, somebody cares about me, or somebody's thinking about me enough to keep saying these things to me so that I don't, fry my brain. But anyway,
Okay.
we have to be intentional about the things we want to change and correct. They don't just happen by accident.
Thank you. Ms. Ayers?
Yes, just requesting an update on the PLC preschool plans. And when I left tonight to go see my granddaughter and I came back, there were cars parked on both sides of the fire lane going through the front of the building, which is a huge risk. I mean, a fire truck could no way get through those cars. So I'm just saying that maybe at the beginning of our meetings, we need to remind people not to park in the fire lane out front, just for safety issues. And it wasn't that the parking lot was full. There were plenty of parking spaces in the parking lot. That's all.
Dr. Taylor?
Just maybe to have an ongoing conversation about disciplining on dab pens and things like that. Just how can we ratchet it up, to use your words earlier, to try to deter disrespect and bad behavior, and seems to be increasing when we hear it all the time from people.
Okay. Was there anything else? No? Okay, thank you. And I want to call a closed session meeting December 14th at 5 to discuss the superintendent search. And now we are ready for public comment, the last public comment period. In accordance with school board policies, BDDH and KD, any resident of Powhatan County may address the board during public comment. At this time, citizens are invited to address the board. When it is your turn to speak, please come to the podium and wait to be recognized by the chair. Each individual will have 1 minute, and delegations will have 5 minutes to provide their comments. Please respect this time limitation so others may address the board. A maximum of 30 minutes will be designated for public comment this evening. Please address your comments to the board as a whole, not individual board members, the audience, or staff, and please begin by stating your name. The board requests that all speakers maintain an environment that promotes listening and respect. The board will not respond or address issues raised by speakers during the course of public comment, and speakers are reminded that the board chair is authorized to stop or remove any speaker who uses vulgar, disruptive, or threatening language. Your acceptance and adherence to these guidelines will be greatly appreciated. All speakers who wish to participate must sign up before the public comment period begins, providing their name and address. Speakers will be announced by the board chair to approach the podium to speak, and only those individuals who have signed up in advance will be able to approach the podium. If speakers have handouts or information for the board, please give these to the school board clerk before approaching the podium. The public comment period is now open. Terry King Stratton, if you would come to the podium, please.
Hi. Terry King Stratton, 2940 Lake Louise Drive, and I am speaking on behalf of Powhatan First. And I know that it's late, but I promised Stephen Rozelle, who could not be here tonight, that I would address this, so I'm going to keep my promise. I'd like to use my time tonight to express the concerns of many in the community about an incident that took place during public comment at the November school board meeting. Since there's been no resolution for the public, I think we would be remiss not to address this here tonight. As you may recall, there was a gentleman who spoke during public comment, Mr. Stephen Rozelle, who was very well studied and knowledgeable in regards to the American Rescue Plan funding for our schools. Mr. Rozelle shared a wealth of important and useful information, making him what I and many others believe to be a valuable asset to this school board and our community. In delivering his comments, Mr. Rozelle asked the board when there would be public hearings on the intended use of the ARP funds. To me, this was an extremely reasonable and non-inflammatory question, so you can imagine my surprise when my phone immediately began blowing up with text messages, about 15 in total. Madam Chair, I'd like to provide a direct quote from the November meeting and would request your leniency on language so that I may do so. Apparently, what many of us could not hear in the room that night was clearly audible for those watching the meeting live online. A member of the school board on a hot mic responded under their breath to Mr. Rozelle, "We are right now, dumbass." Most of the text messages I received independently identified the exact same board member they believed to have uttered those words. When I watched the video later myself, I was able to easily hear the comment, and I too believed after listening I could recognize the voice. A member of Powhatan First cleaned up 2 different audio files, and another individual shared a TikTok video. With the improved clarity of the audio and the clear enunciation of the comments, there was no mistaking the commenter's identity. As you know, Powhatan First is in possession of multiple large FOIAs containing hundreds of emails. I actually have over $3,000 worth of FOIAs. I must admit, this board member's consistent tone and attitude towards constituents and the public in general reflected through these emails is very characteristic of the comments on the hot mic, which only further confirms my impression. Unfortunately, these hot mic incidents happen, and when they do, they are often quite revealing. I don't think Powhatan will ever forget the live mic moment with Supervisor Angie Cabell and Sherwood Haddon. In fact, many would say that moment and subsequent follow-up was Mrs. Cabell's political downfall. Do we want to repeat that? Many in the community have asked for the board member who is responsible for the comment to come forward and issue a public apology to Mr. Rozelle, as certainly he is deserving. If this individual, who clearly knows who they are, is unwilling to come forward, perhaps the board should look into this further, as this affects each and every one of you and your ability to effectively serve this community. Members of this community who come before you to speak at this podium and be heard deserve your attention and your respect. You are elected officials and representatives of this community and are therefore held to a higher standard. This level of unprofessionalism and disrespect cannot and will not be tolerated. Without a public resolution to this matter, I fail to see how this board can rebuild trust and respect from this community. I would urge the offending board member to offer their apology and in return request the public to extend grace so that we can move forward from this incident and address the critically important matters facing our schools and students. Thank you.
Vicki Hurt.
I know it's late. I want to thank Dr. Jones for 9 years of service. It is appreciated. I know your salary certainly didn't Vicki Hurt, 482 Bellbridge Circle, representing No Left Turn, and I'm part of Powhatan First. I jotted down some notes tonight, and I wish more people were here to hear this. No Left Turn, Powhatan First. Our goal is to unite us all. We have so much together we need to work on to have the best educational experience for our kids. My goal, No Left Turn, Powhatan First, we really want to maintain the innocence of our kids. We're not here to ban books. We just don't want the sexualization of our kids. We want our children to learn, to know other cultures, to understand people that are different than they are. But in the area of maintaining the innocence appropriate for their age, we need to work together on working on better discipline for our kids. It's obvious from comments said tonight, kids are sneaky. I was an educator for 40 years, and I'm sure they bully each other and say awful things to each other. And that's where our social emotional learning should be focused on, character education, and the respect for each other. Drugs are a problem. My nephew died of a heroin overdose. as a teenager. It was one of the worst days of my life. Academics are critical. I still don't understand how over half our kids are on the honor roll. No school have I ever taught at has had that high a number of kids. I'd like to think that everyone has excelled, but I am concerned. So what's changed in our society in the recent years? There have been divisive groups. And critical race theory, everybody jumps on that this group, it's racist, you don't want to accept people different than you. But it's really a very negative, divisive, dividing process. It's a practice. It's an attitude in how you teach a subject or address social emotional learning. It's sad to me that a black baby born today is taught through CRT practices that they're oppressed. What an awful thing. That child is not oppressed. That child can excel to be the President of the United States. A white baby is born and they're taught that they are the oppressors. So they're responsible and bad right out of the box. To me, that's contributing to the increase of racism in our country because we're not doing what Dr. King taught us, to be colorblind and to judge people on the content of their character and not the color of their skin. It concerns me, and I'm sure you all know, like Black Lives Matter, leading a boycott, encouraging people not to support white local businesses. What an awful thing after what we've been through with this pandemic. So what can we do in Powhatan to build unity within our groups? We've got to really work to make sure that our schools, our teachers, that they're not coming in with a political agenda, that we have one goal and common goal to educate our kids, to give them the strongest academics in the safest environment, and not let social emotional learning, SEL, get overwhelmed by these divisive critical race theories which come under different rebranding and different concepts. It's tough. Society is very different. I'm 65 when my children were in elementary school, and it makes me very sad for my grandchildren. But Powhatan is a great community, and together we can get back to what the real values are and unite together. We don't have to look for ways to divide us. Let's work together so that our kids can have it. One quick comment on the lawyer. As you guys know, I am chair of the Planning Commission, and we always have a lawyer at our meeting, and it's the same lawyer that attends all the Board of Supervisors meeting. It is a part-time position. He also is the legal representative for Orange County for their Planning Commission and their Board of Supervisors. I would encourage you maybe to look with some other localities so that you can have one person. And there's got to be an attorney out there that can practice the legal and the personnel side and the educational side. But thank you, Merry Christmas, and God bless you all.
Thank you. All right, the public comment period is closed, and it's 11:54, meeting adjourned.